Snowrunner. Just so everybody knows, it is, well, when I started setting up, it's about 2:30 a.m. It is so extremely. Oh, wait, I gotta stop that stupid thing. Just so everybody knows, it is. Shut up. All right. Yeah, it's so fucking humid here. I can't do it anymore. My pillow is like a wet fucking sponge. I'm not laying in there. I'm done. I'll take a nap later today or something. I can't. So I figured I'm just gonna fucking play some games. I'll take a nap in the middle of the day or something to catch up. I don't care. But yeah, we'll do some streaming. So yeah, I'm trying to get through all of the SnowRunner stuff. So I figured, well, I'll do that, and it's kind of lay back. It's not too much. My head's a little fuzzy. So yeah, this is what I'm doing. And let's see here. Okay, so I'm not boring the hell out of everybody. Let's just open up the chats here. All of the SnowRunner stuff. So I think yeah. God, even my voice sounds a little rough. Turn that off. Let's hope this is working. Odyssey was a little problematic, but I think because there shouldn't be anybody else using it right now. Well, less people, I suppose. Come on, pop it out. There we go. All right, and BitChute. You know what's really interesting? Okay, let's shrink that. Let's kill that. Nope, don't want to save. Right. Close that. Okay, so I stream on YouTube, Rumble, Odyssey, and Brave. Or, BitChute. Or did I say that already? Okay. Remember, it's like 3 in the morning right now. It's not even 3 yet. Oh, fuck. Okay. YouTube, Odyssey, BitChute, and Rumble. Of those 4, Rumble and BitChute give me the most views, which is strange. Well, like, yeah, I get Rumble. BitChute I didn't realize was as popular as it is, because I mean, I get almost as many views on BitChute, or yeah, actually, they're on par, BitChute and Rumble. And then there's Odyssey, which I get almost never anything, and YouTube is just behind that with, maybe I'll get one, well, actually one view is usually me. But I might get, maybe 3 views or something. I think Angels Fall First got 60 views, which is really strange. Like, really strange, considering that every other video has almost nothing. Like, YouTube, I don't know what the hell they're doing with their algorithm. Like, I don't really care about the views. It's just interesting to me that the difference, right, between those platforms. Odyssey I get. It's kind of a niche thing. There's a lot of people watching that. It's actually kind of a pain even to stream on. It's not. Yeah, I still like the guys. I'll give them some love here, but yeah. But YouTube, compared to like Rumble and BitChute, like wow, BitChute is great for finding information you can't find anywhere else. Yeah, I found so much stuff on there that is just incredible. But while we're on that topic, if you want a really good search engine that'll find you stuff that the others just don't, Yandex. Or is it Yandex? Yandex. It's the Russian one. I don't think they have any bullshit algorithms or something. You can look up stuff and you will find all kinds of shit that you cannot find. It'll never pop up on almost anything else in the West here. Like, it's just, wow. Alright. Okay, so, yeah. We're back here. I needed to, a lot of the jobs, I did most of the jobs on this map that I can do. The first of the 4 here. North Carolina. Oh god. Pardon the yawn. So, I'm going to try. So there should be 2 different places I can get to. I'm going to try mapping out some of the other zones. Scouting them out, that is. Yeah, there's probably another one down here somewhere that I can't get to yet because I have to do this job and I can't do that without... That's how most of the jobs are now on here. I did all the ones I can. Now I need supplies and things from one of the other maps, so... Yeah, I took that guy out. I was going to take him over. I think I'm just going to... I'll grab a scout. We'll go scouting. The go-tos. It's like a weird vehicle right there. If it was real. Great. Oops. Let's just have a quick peek here. Where are we going? Alright, all the way down the road. Whoops. I hate when it does that. Down here and there. Yeah, Yandex is interesting. It's very interesting. It's amazing the things you find. You really gotta look. I mean, there are other search engines. Like, okay, so the usual ones, you know, like Google and all that, they're filtered to hell. They push you towards authoritative sources, you know, whatever. It's propaganda bullshit. I don't... It's controlled. Just like YouTube too, really. I mean, the algorithms and stuff, that's partially why I think my views suck in there. They mess with the algorithms so much to try and point you towards things they want you to see, right? And I kind of wonder, because I talk about stuff too that it's, you know, they don't want people thinking about or knowing about. I mean, even if I'm totally 100% wrong, it shouldn't matter, right? You should be able to hear what I have to say, or anybody, because it's not just the people that are talking that are being censored, it's us listening, or being able to listen to that opinion or that point of view. They're censoring what you can hear. They're controlling the information, and I don't like that. That's fucked up. I should be able to listen to whatever the hell I want to listen to, or find whatever I want, you know, whatever the information is, I should be able to find it, use it, consume it, and then decide for myself what's real and what's not. Let me view all the facts from all the sides, from everybody, and I'll decide for my fucking self. You know, I don't need a fucking babysitter. I'm not a fucking child, and neither is anybody else. Well, okay, there are children out there, but I mean, you know, for us adults, it's just fuck off. And even then, for the kids too, fuck off there too. Parents should be in charge of their children, not some organization or the state or whatever. I hate it so much. But yeah, so Yandex, very, very interesting search results. I just, you gotta try it out. It's interesting. It's very interesting. You know, like I'll remember there's the video or something, or an article I saw, or you know, and I'll go looking for it, and you know, maybe it's one of these controversial sites or whatever. You'll have to dig on a Western European site, right? Like a Western site, let's put it that way. Even the ones that are geared towards, you know, privacy and not being filtered, and they're better than, say, Google or something as far as finding obscure stuff like that. But even they use Google to some extent. I know in the back end a lot of them do. Not 100%, but maybe partially. They use multiple search engine back ends to find information, and that's great, but you'll still end up then finding a lot of the bullshit, where this Yandex thing was very different. Even like pictures, like I want to find, like, you know, like a picture to use for my stream. I'll go there and I'll find way more than I do on just about anywhere else. Of course, a lot of them have Russian characters in them and stuff. Because I mean, but you can. Let's have a look here. You can filter for English and whatnot. Let's try going to this one. It's interesting. Like everything, I mean, there might be some shit going on there, but in my experience, there doesn't seem to be as much. Like maybe if I was looking up specific stuff to do with, I don't know, politics or whatever related to Russian goings on or whatever, maybe they filter that kind of stuff. But for local content here and whatever, and that's the other thing that's kind of weird. They have, well, I guess, I mean, it's a web crawler probably. It's just good information. It's interesting. And there was another search engine. It's an open source distributed network one called YACY. Don't ask me what it stands for. It might also be created by Russians. I'm not sure. I can't remember. It's been a long time. But it's open source. And the deal with that is you set up a web crawler. You can set up your own, like a dedicated server or just your machine. And so you become part of the search engine. Okay, let's try that. And there's no filtering other than what you might want to do yourself. You can connect to the network, so you'll get information that everybody else has, that their machines have found. And yeah, it's the way Google works, right? Back in the day, they just had a ton of machines. I know, like this, like way back when Google first started, they were just, I guess they bought like tons of these old machines and shit, and they would just run them non-stop, just scouring the net for information and filling up the database, which we all search. And it's kind of the same thing, but there's no company behind it. There's no, oh, here we go, what's this? Founders Keepers. What is this? How did I find a job? Did I not accept it? I didn't. It's a trailer. Alright, where do they want me to take it? Way down there. I think we're just gonna leave it. For now. Let's have a look again. Although that is kind of on the way to this one. Okay, maybe I'll grab this and then I'll come back and grab that and we'll... Oops. God, my head is just like... Whew. I mean, I think I still got some decent sleep, but holy smokes. But yeah, I was always planning. I've got two older machines, Pentiums, sitting here. One's a 32-bit and one's a 64-bit. I was going to load up Linux on them. I had plans for various things. I was going to turn one into a NAS and maybe the other one used for this YACA thing, and I never did. They're still sitting here. Probably got really old versions of Linux on them. It's been a couple of years. Ooh, upgrades. Where's that? Oh, kind of on the way. Two upgrades. Founders Keepers is way down there. Okay. Just wondering, I was thinking maybe this road leads to this, but this one's kind of leading in the same direction. I'm going to leave that alone. I'm going to hit this one first, and then come back and try and... Well, on second thought, I think I'm going to go back this way. I'll come up here. Here, let's go off-road over to there, then come back out. Oops, fuck you. Go here. What do we got going on here? Just wondering how bad this is. Can I get up here? He's not the greatest at climbing rocks. I don't know. Let's try that. I should set that up. It's just, yeah. I guess if I wasn't playing games half the time, I could be doing shit like that. Almost got the machine set up in the kitchen with running Fedora. I had a few little roadblocks I had to get around. Getting it to talk to my NAS and stuff. It wasn't really that bad of a deal. I wanted to try something different and a different way of doing the file share deal. I was going to change it to use something called NFS. And it kind of became a bit more of a headache than I wanted, so I changed back to the standard Windows file share type deal, and that's working. So there's just a little more setup than I was. Well, I mean, it needs to be set up. So there's installed Kodi. I had to install a bunch of really. It's I think a billion fucking codecs, video codecs. Don't know if I needed that many of them, but I was trying to get there were some videos I was having trouble playing with the other system, and they weren't working with this either. So but I got that working. I found the codecs I needed, and it's probably super good now, considering what I put in there. What else did I do? I set up, I put Brave on. I always use the Brave browser. That browser's awesome. If you don't like ads in YouTube and just about anywhere else, and not just in the YouTube and whatever, it's you know, you always get those little ads along the sides of some websites and stuff. It blocks most of that as well. Like, it is so good for that. And I never see an ad in YouTube ever. So yeah, Brave browser. Really, 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 really good browser. They also let you make revenue from watching ads. So if you want, you can turn on ads, but you have to. It's better if you're in the States or something. Here in Canada, we're fucked. It's they use Solana. Bitcoin is what you make from it, more or less, or crypto. They used to have their own. They still sort of do. It's called BAT. Not sure if I have this truck yet, but eventually I will. So, yeah, here in Canada, they force you to use the crypto exchanges, which are totally watched and controlled. Like they look at every single thing. They track everything you do. The government here, that is. They want to know where all the money is, all your money, so they know where to grab it when they want it later. None of their fucking business. Just pisses me right off. I was looking into ways to get around that, and there are ways to do it. It's a little bit of a hassle, but not terrible bad. But I was talking about this in a previous stream. They'll know when you do it, when you're moving funds into there, and they consider that money laundering or something. Okay. Oh. Alright. So yeah, they make it really fucking difficult. You can... One way to get, like, Bitcoin, which they don't track, is via those, where are we going here? Okay. Via those Bitcoin machines, like little ATMs. Unfortunately, their transaction fees are quite high. And actually, that's one of the big reasons I kind of got out of it. It's expensive. You want to buy Bitcoin, everything's geared now so that it's just expensive. I mean, like, yeah, if you want untraceable stuff especially, it's expensive. And it's just not worth it. Not to mention, as soon as I bought a bunch back in December, November, somewhere in there, right when it was at its fucking peak, and it just dropped. I think I've lost half of what I put in there. So it's a little bit like stocks. I don't like that. Yeah, I'm not a big crypto fan. I always liked, yeah. Someone's trying to grab all the missions. Well, let's head down here. We'll grab this. Off balance. I'll come back around and grab that upgrade later. Wait a minute, is there a better way down there? No. Straight down the hill, I guess, but I don't want to do that. Gotta go get that other job. Yeah, so I have a retirement savings fund called RRSP here in Canada, and I started putting into that like almost as soon as I got a job a long time ago. And I think, and I did an aggressive one because, you know, it just makes more sense to start there when you start off. I think the money I put in, I've made maybe 8%. 8% more than what I put into it over the, I don't know, almost 30 years now. That's pitiful. You know what? If I'd put it into gold, it would be worth over twice as much if I just bought gold. Of course, then I'm carrying around a bunch of gold with me, but still, I would have had way more money. And it's a physical asset, and yeah, it's just... Alright, where does this guy want to go? Off balance. Does it pop up anywhere else? Oh, way up there. Way up there. I'm not going there. Fuck that shit. I'm going the other way. Sorry, dude. You're gonna have to sit here and wait until someone else comes along and picks you up. But yeah, that kind of burns me. I could have had twice the money, and it's not really the. Can I go down this ravine? Yeah, it's not. It's not that the gold is more expensive, it's that the money, the cash, the fake currency, the fiat currency has lost that much value in comparison to gold. Someone described it once like, a barrel of oil in, let's say, the 1920s costs about the same amount of gold then as it does now. But in terms of our fake cash, which has been losing value because I talked about this before, inflation and how they're stealing the wealth from us. That same barrel of oil is worth a lot more. And again, yeah, it's not... It's not the oil itself, it's our money has lost value in comparison, so you need more of it. And that just burns me. It's, yeah, not good. Whatever. Too late now. I guess for anybody out there, if you're just starting out, buy gold. Buy gold. Silver's good too, actually. There is less silver in the world than there is gold. Founders Keepers. Yeah, I could have dragged that over here. Yeah, whatever. Let's head back up the road here to these guys. Yeah, I mean, this, you know, stocks and stuff. I never liked the stock market. It's, you can make a lot of money, but you can also lose a lot of money. It's gambling, really. And the assholes control a lot of that as well, so I don't trust that either. But yeah, the silver, that's right. So everybody knows that silver went crazy expensive here for a bit. It's because these AI centers, there's a lot of silver being used in that. And they've been artificially keeping silver prices down for a very long time. And the AI thing kind of blew that out of the water a little bit. And the prices got away on them and started correcting, which means silver was heading for its actual real price, which is quite a bit more than gold. Believe it or not. Just due to the fact there's less of it. And they got around this. Some dude in China, I mean, they're part of this whole shit thing too, right? Some dude in China sold like a ton of fucking silver, which brought the prices back down. But I guess it wasn't real silver. It's this like paper silver. It's another one of these things where if the people who bought it come looking for it for real, although I'm pretty sure that these people probably maybe mostly don't exist, or I don't know. Isn't there two jobs here? Oh yeah, there's one over here. If somebody calls that in, we're going to have an even bigger problem. But yeah, for now they've brought the prices back down. But silver might be a good thing to be buying. And when you get it, I mean, you pretty much want it in your hands. I don't trust anybody. There's a nice big weird looking trailer. Or something on it. It's not really that big, I guess, but... What's that? Is that another job? Oh, it's the race. Alright. Does that show up on here, or do I... Oh, there it is. Okay. Off balance we have... Free repairs. Alright, maybe we'll head down. Yeah, we'll head back up the road here. We'll get these ones, that one, and I'll head around this way and we'll get that upgrade. if I can go through here. Let's say yes. Yeah, if I could go back in time, I would skip the RRSP and I would go straight to just buying gold and silver. Man, I'd have a nice retirement egg right now. Big gold one. I mean, I bought gold. But even that, you gotta, like, they, I think the road was blocked up there, so I'm just gonna go down the railway track here. Which I think I can do. If you buy $10,000 or more in gold, the Canadian government, and I know other governments do this too, they want to know. So the banks or whoever's selling it to you needs to report that to the government. It's the same as the crypto thing, right? Small amounts are tracked, but they don't care too much, although there was talk that they're going to start tracking everything. I guess they'll probably have AI doing that, right? That's a big part of the AI centers. They're going to be using it to track us much more closely. Because yeah, I mean, one of the things you could do is just do a lot of small transactions, and they probably won't be like, that's I guess moving it into that encrypted crypto, or the jumbled up shit where they have a harder time tracking, or they lose track of you or it. Oh right, I was looking into that. What was it called? Coin something? Shit, can't remember now. It basically jumbles your stuff together with other people's stuff. As far as the tracking is concerned, it muddies the waters so much that it's impossible to tell where the crypto went. But the problem with that I discovered is you got to put in a decent amount of money before that it'll do anything. Like, there's these processors that do this stuff. It's got lots of checks and safeties and stuff in it, so nobody's going to be stealing your shit while it's being processed and all this. But none of them will do it for, you know, less than like $4,000 or something. And that kind of screws you, because again, you're taking out a decent amount of coin, and the government then will see that, and they'll see that you put it into one of these things, and that's where they get you, like, okay, well, you're money laundering, or whatever the hell they were calling it. Fucking assholes. Yeah, the crypto is a nice idea, and a lot of it too is, you got all that weird shit. Crypto is just Ponzi scheme bull crap. The best one is still the original Bitcoin. You want something that has a set amount. It never changes. Like, there's so much, and that's it when it's created. And then it has to be mined, right? But you can never get more than the max, and that keeps the value, right? Right now, with our fake currency, they can print off as much new stuff as they want, which lowers the value of all the existing stuff, and that's a big problem with our current money. That's inflation, right? They print it off. They're stealing the value of the money that's out there by printing off money that has no work involved in making it. It's like making an empty vessel. It's another one of those fucked up trailers. What else we got here? Alright. Let's see if we can go around this way. yeah. I don't know where things are going to end up, but the assholes are definitely trying to fuck us all. It's slowly working their way there. It amazes me the amount of time they put into this, like the time that it's taking them to do their plans. Like they're playing the long game here. And these arrows remind me of fucking stores and stuff. During the whole COVID scam bullshitty. I think I can go around here. Oh, you can only walk this way down this aisle. Like they wanted to keep everybody apart. And you know, the little grocery stores and stuff. Yet you go into Walmart or Costco or someplace where it's just crowded, and it's just, there was no limitations put on the number of people that could be in those places. But you know, small businesses, they had to really comply with that shit. It was so stupid. Like that makes, oh wait, let's go here. Makes no sense at all. And you can point that out. I've seen people, you know, they point it out to the cops that show up at their shop or whatever. It's like, you know, you just go down, like there was one place was a diner or something. And they got into trouble. But you know, just down the street there's Costco. Or was it Walmart? One of those. And, you know, just tons of people coming and going. And that wasn't a problem. But, you know, if you're a little guy, it's like, well, you gotta comply. You can only have like 2 people in the store at one time or whatever the fuck it was. And there was so much that went on during that made no sense at all. Did I already have that? I must have. Alright, let's go back around. Yeah. It's up the hill. I was thinking I could just cross the water here. This guy can't climb rocks that well, so I'm not going to do this. We're going to do the road. I hope we find some fuel. It's starting to get a little low. I've got fuel on this thing, but it's always nice to find a gas station. Oh, and that too. Down the conspiracy thing. It's not even. It's conspiracy fact. It's funny too. You look into all these conspiracy theory stuff. All of it, almost 100% of it, has been proven to be true. As time goes on. Yeah, you never hear a thing about it, but whatever. Fuel. They call it fossil fuel. That's fake news right there. That was a term invented in the... When the hell did they do that? It was a ways back. It's another advertising term made to make it sound like it's a finite resource. Because then you can, you know, if it's a limited resource, you can charge more for it. Turns out it's created by process, and they found this out again a ways back, but and it's been confirmed a few times since then. But they cover that up. They don't want people to know that, but it's created in the earth through just the pressures and chemical processes and the heat and stuff down there. And, it is renewable. Let's put it that way. It's not created by... We'll go here first, then we'll hit the upgrade. It's not created by, you know, plants and dinosaurs and shit that were, you know, died millions of years ago. There is some of that going on, but the majority of it isn't that. And you don't have to look any further than, say, the moon Titan. The majority of the surface is covered with just oceans of hydrocarbons. There's no life there. So where did it come from? It's I think Titan was the one that it's almost as big as Earth. It's a really big moon. And the entire surface is covered in oceans of this stuff. Methanes. All kinds of shit. Methane. So where did that come from? It's funny, once you start seeing this shit, you just see it everywhere. The lies and the bullshit and the crap these fucking rich assholes, the con men, really. What was it? Not the Rockefellers. The Rothschilds. The father of them in the late 1800s was an actual snake oil salesman and con man. I already had this shit. Oh, there's another trailer right there. With some fuel. Excellent. And repairs. It's even more excellent. Oh, there's a couple trailers here. Oh, that's cargo management. And yeah, he taught his children how to be con men. He would con them in order to teach them how to become better at it. Ooh, I wonder if I can go through here. This guy's pretty good at getting through woods and off-road places and shit. Watch out for these fucking stumps. I hate stumps. And then in the 40s they created modern medicine and big hand in a lot of our current fiat currencies. And, fuck me, I can't see a goddamn thing. I'm gonna avoid that car. Could probably drive over it, but they can really fuck you up. Alright, what do we got? Oh, okay, the rock grinder is a vehicle that I will find somewhere on one of these maps. Let's see here. Off balance, we have 5 keepers. Looks like there's something down here. I don't know if I can get there. I don't see any roads or anything anywhere. Okay, so this stuff is across the water. There's a lot over here. Big space. Hey, we wonders. How do we get across? Let's head back down this way. Yeah, let's see what's there. Yeah, I saw an interview once. George Soros. I'm almost afraid to say his name in the stream. There's been some weird shit around him. Well, I saw an interview once where he was doing an interview about how he was talking about how he manipulates countries by manipulating stock markets, and creating instability in countries, which he then takes advantage of to make money. And at one point during the interview, I don't know, this seemed like it was a while back, maybe the 90s or something, he stopped and he was like pondering to himself. He says something like, am I a god? And you could see like he was actually thinking, because he gets away with everything. It was these people, I think some of them are delusional in that sense. They really do think they're the lords of the universe, and we're just these plebes. It's so irritating. But yeah, there was some weird stuff. Who was it? Shit. One of the right-wing political people in the States, just maybe 10 years ago. Just, man, I gotta He was on TV. I don't know if it was like Fox or CNN or something. He was talking about something, and he brought up George Soros's name and said he was responsible for a lot of this. He's been paying for this or that, and these other people in the there was like a panel of people there. Some of them were talking as well about stuff. Some were like on the show, and all of them got just like this twisted, and they're like, yeah, I don't think we don't want to bring his name into this. We don't want. It was weird, and he kind of even got. Oh fuck, was it? I almost had his name. Was it Newt Gingrich? Maybe. I think it was. And he even got this look like, what the fuck? What the hell? Like, they just shut it right down. That was it. As soon as he mentioned his name and what was going on, what he was doing, old George there, they all got twisty and stopped talking about it. And then there was another thing. We have a right-wing guy here in Canada, Maxime Bernier. He runs the what the hell, the PPC, People's Party of Canada. It sounds kind of communistic. Never did like that name. But he's very, very right-wing. And by the way, that doesn't mean he's a fucking Nazi or, bullshit like that. Just some people say libertarian. let's put it that way. And he speaks he talks a good talk. And there was a guy, Chris something or other. I haven't seen him. It's Chris Sky. He's a little strange looking. He's got lots of tattoos, and but he's been very outspoken about the shit that's going on. Oh, I think I see one of the vehicles that we're supposed to get in this. I think. No, that's... I don't know. And he brought it up once. He was being interviewed, I don't know, Rebel News or something. He brought it up that Maxine had connections to George Soros. Something to do with pot and stuff, legalizing pot and some other stuff. He took money or was influenced in some way to make that happen. What is this job? I can't. Turn 14? Where's that going? Oh, way the fuck over there. Alright, well, we're not pulling that all the way over there. Yeah, I'm gonna head down here. Let's see what's what. So, I was curious about this, so I looked it up, and this was in DuckDuckGo I was using. It's a search engine, supposed to be, a safer one to use and all that. As far as, not tracking and stuff. I found out later that's bullshit as well. They've been taking money from George, or organizations controlled by George. So does Firefox. I looked him up, and immediately the search engine went to some page I've never seen before. It was like, oops, something went wrong, or you should, go here or report this issue, or it was, I don't know, but it was the fact that it was immediate. There was no search done. It went boof. It went instantly to this weird page I've never seen. That spooked me. And then, oh good, it looks like I think we can get across the river here. This guy doesn't like deep water, so this might be okay here. I tried it on one of the other ones, and the same thing happened. The exact same thing, and it was like, okay, there's something really fucking weird going on. Like, you bring up those two guys' names together, and it just, like, they block it immediately. Which was extremely interesting. And then on minds.com, it's a bit like Twitter, I guess, X now. All right. Let's go south first. I just want to see what's down this road. I tried it on Minds. They have an AI that they were testing out. This was maybe 2 years ago. You just type in the @ symbol, and I don't know if it was just AI or whatever their AI is called, and you could ask a question, and thinking about this, and I thought, oh, okay, one of the other maps. Cool. We're not going to go there just yet. I thought I'd try there, and the AI did nothing. I mean, I'd asked it lots of things. Like, they just wanted us to test it, right? You know, I ask it things, it comes back with answers, the usual. And then I asked it about that, and nothing. It came back with nothing. And it's weird because the guys on the site noticed this. They must have been watching or something, or maybe it gave them an error. You know, it reported an error to whatever the case. One of the guys there was watching and sent me a thing right away. It said, "What about it? Like, what's the deal?" And I was like, "Yeah, I don't know. I was asking about this." And I told him, I said, "Dude, this kind of freaks me out because, you know, basically what I just told you guys." And he goes, "Yeah, that's strange." He says, "Well, we're going to look into that to find out what's going on." And I never did hear anything back. Nothing. Not that I expected to, really, but, you know, it's one of these things. I don't know. It's just so weird. It's so weird. Like, why would they be wanting so much? Like, you know, you can look up a lot of different things. I've never had this happen before, so why is this such a secret? What is the deal? What is going on? Do they have some plan for Maxine? Is he, you know, they're gonna do some come from behind thing someday, and he'll be the guy who's gonna save us from the assholes, and it turns out he's just more controlled opposition, and they don't want us to know? Like, oh man, the shit that goes on in this world. What the hell will I get stuck on there? I mean, Canada, I think they just brought in a rule. That covers me as well, but it's mostly they're looking at like X and Facebook. They want to know everything that anybody says. They brought in some tracking bullshit bill, so all these sites need to report to them if you know, if I'm like talking about stuff that maybe just mentioning his name will be enough to set off some AI bullshit. It'll notice me, flagged it, and report to somebody. This looks like a spot where there might be a... Nope. Thought there might be a job hidden behind there. And then somebody through Freedom of Information Act discovered some information about how they're looking into ways to legally go after people for what they say online. Like, is getting so fucking crazy. They're making it really hard to get out. There's like an iron curtain almost. There's exit tax, where they tax you a ton if you try and leave the country on not just wealth that you have, but wealth that you might have made, or it's insane. It's just fucking insane. They're doing everything they can to keep us here. Because I guess like people are leaving the country in droves because of the shit that's going on. I mean, Alberta wants to separate, and we've been trying, and there you can, according to the rules, we can separate. But they keep throwing roadblocks in our way. I'm gonna head over here and see if I can get to that. Bullshit roadblocks too. They had some judge throw something in our way that makes no sense. None. I think they already got that kind of squished. But it had to go through the courts, and you know, it takes time. So they're playing this delaying game, kicking the can down the road, hoping a lot of us will lose interest, or just figure it's never going to happen because they're going to screw us, or you know what I mean? Like they're doing everything they can to make it not happen. Our vote. I'm just wondering, can I get over there? Where's this road go? Goddamn mosquitoes. Well, there's a gas station. Okay, let's just follow the road around and see where it goes. Also, maybe I'll try and get there since we're since we're here. But yeah, so we had to do a petition. Okay, so number one, the premier, who's like the leader of our province, can call this referendum. It's part of her powers. She could just do it. She doesn't need a petition, but there is a rule in place where alright, that works. Where if we want the government, if we want a referendum on anything, we have to get a certain number of signatures in a certain amount of time, and then they're supposed to have a referendum on that question. And we met the criteria. We more than doubled the criteria, and they threw a fucking roadblock in our way by... Okay, so she can have the referendum anyway. She said she would. She was gonna put the question on our... We're having a referendum in October on a bunch of different things. And she was gonna put the question on there for us, and she's decided not to do it. After she told us she was going to. She's like, no. So she put a different question on there about if we want to have a petition for this, to have a petition so that we can get the signatures again for the referendum. We already did. We've already decided that we want this. Okay, so we went out, we grabbed all the signatures. Middle of winter, it's fucking freezing. There were lines, huge lines. People were sick. We want out, and we more than doubled the requirement to have the question put on a referendum, but the signatures need to be verified and counted, and officially that is, right? And so the federal government had a corrupt judge and a couple of corrupt Indian chiefs throw some roadblocks in our way about how they had to be consulted first. There's some stupid rule where they have to be consulted with things that involve them or concern them, but only if it's a government thing, like if it's something the government's done or brought in. This is a citizen-led petition. They don't need to be consulted for this. But they said they do or something, and this judge agreed, and it's total bullshit, and that was fucked over. So finally, so now they're allowed to count them. They haven't done it yet, though, I don't think. Man, these fucking stupid. There we go. Just wondering if I could go cross country here or not. Yeah, let's follow the road around. So yeah, and a higher court said no, you have to count the votes. There was something about the verification of them. Oh, it's going to take a while, right? Because there's thousands of them, and they were very, very meticulous. The guys that were taking the signatures were very, very, very careful. Printed very clearly. I remember the guy that's doing ours was... that doesn't look like a job. Oh, it is a job. That looks like a pickup drop-off area. But and he said, yeah, we don't want any problems, right, with the stupid elections people. So we're making sure that we've got all of our ducks in a row here, being very careful. So, and they know, right? They know that those signatures are all verifiable and whatnot. Which is another reason why they're putting roadblocks in our way. And yeah, by leaving, I mean we are forming our own country. Because another thing they're trying to do is muddy the waters by saying, oh, we want to join the States. We're going to be joining the States. No, we're not. We're doing our own thing, not joining the States. And people have looked into that too, and they said even if we wanted to, okay, so number one, I guess only about 10% or less of the people who actually want to leave Canada here in Alberta want to join the States. So number one, there isn't enough people that want it. Number two, it's a big deal in the States to like bring in another territory like this. It has to go through a lot of hoops. Which way is the best way up here? I guess it doesn't matter. They both are. And they said it's very likely to not happen even there. Because you'd need the Democrats on side as well, and they're most likely going to throw monkey wrenches into that, and because they're part of that whole globalist gang, and they don't want us leaving Canada, so yeah. So we're not joining the States. Plus, we don't want to. Once you join, you can't leave. So if we decide we want to get out, that was a bad idea. Not going to happen. Where are we? Oh, lots of jobs over here. We'll hit this here first, I think. Damn it, went right by that. Well, whatever. And they're like, oh, you can't make it on your own and all this stuff. It's like, why not? There are countries far smaller than us that are doing way better. And we've got resources up the yin-yang. We're the top 3 for, I don't know about silver, but gold, oil, gas, fresh water, trees, I think lithium, uranium, remember that one. Top 3 in the world for resources. We're fucking loaded. And then they're like, well, you'll be landlocked. It's like, dude, we're landlocked already. The government, the federal government keeps us from getting our oil out. We've got one of the, I think it's like the 2nd largest oil field in the world. Something like that. Again, top 3. And we can't get our product to market because the federal government won't let us. They hamper us all the time, constantly. So we're already landlocked, but this will allow us, like, okay, so this is just an example. There's tons of stuff that comes in through the ports in British Columbia here to our west. They stuff that goes down east, has to go by train. All kinds of products coming in from the ports over there. It's a big deal. Billions of dollars. Yeah, so we could just say, okay, look, you're going to let us put in a pipeline to the ports so we can get our product out to the world, or maybe we'll just we have to look for rats or contraband, or we could throw roadblocks in the way to slow down or stop the trains coming through from east to west. Is it scammy? I mean, it's fair. If they're not going to play ball with us, they're going to just cut us off. When we can do the same thing to them. You know what I mean? We have more leverage when we're our own country. Right now, we can't do shit. So things will be better in that sense. Plus, we can directly trade. We can trade better with the states. We won't have the fucking federal government in the way. Yeah, there's a ton of stuff. And we're not the only ones looking. I guess there's a big separatist movement growing in Saskatchewan to the east of us here. They're just like us. They have a lot of oil up north, and I think they're one of the top producers of potash, which is in the world, which is massive for fertilizer and other stuff. They have a lot of resources as well, and they're also being screwed. Not as bad as Alberta, but still. So they're on side with us, and there's a high probability that they would join us. At least they'd probably become their own country, because we're both massive pieces of land. Canada's the 2nd largest country in the world. I think Russia is the 1st. Okay. Didn't didn't I come down through there? Didn't I grab that? Yeah, turn 14. Why is it still lit up? It's fucking weird. Anyway. So yeah, they want to leave. So if we go, they're probably going to go. Quebec's looking at going again. Although really, Quebec was never going to leave. They wanted to do this weird shit where they would leave, but they would still get money from Canada. So they'd be self-governed, but still be taking tax dollars. Okay, so right now we have this thing called transfer payments. It's supposed to help. Boiling point. Boiling hot. Do we have that one too? I've already had that one. Okay, so what the hell is going on here? Oh, there's a garage. Fucking A. So, transfer payments, yeah. So, it's kind of a transferring wealth from have provinces to have not provinces here. It was brought in the 80s by Trudeau's dad, Pierre, and it was hated. But yeah, what's happened is Alberta is the biggest contributor by far to the country. Like, I think it's 40 billion minimum a year comes out of our province and does not come back. And the majority of it goes to Quebec. Quebec is by far the largest receiver of this. And the sole reason for this isn't that they're a have-not province. The sole reason is because of their population. They're buying our votes, basically. With Ontario and Quebec basically decide who the government's going to be because they have all the votes. The rest of us are just along for the ride, and our money just flows in there, and they kick us all the time when we want stuff, or, you know, like these oil lines and stuff. No, fuck you. Meanwhile, they're you know, they've got tanker bans on the west coast here. Won't let us get our product that way or east. On the east coast, they're bringing in tankers by the droves from the Middle East down the Gulf of St. Lawrence. From, you know, it's just so much stupid. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah. So that was another big reason that we want to leave. 40 billion minimum a year, and we'll be making way more than that once we leave. Yeah, we can more than make it on our own. People are like, well, what about your military? What about police and all this other shit? And it's like, we'll have the money. It's not a fucking problem. We've got tons of people who workers here. We're very top heavy on people who work. And smart people, and it's, I mean, how do you think all these other countries make it? No, they're not part of Canada either. How are they managing? Luxembourg or something, you know what I mean? Frickin' Finland, small country, has its own oil. They pay their people. There's no income tax or something. That you actually get a check from the government because they make enough money off their oil and gas. They don't even have, they have a fraction of what we have here. And that's one of the things we're looking at, cutting income tax. There'll be, I guess they call them royalty checks or whatever the fuck. So the government will be paying us money. Plus we can get rid of all the tracking and control. I mean, maybe, you know, we'll have people setting up our own fucking automotive industry. I mean, the sky's the limit. And that's what scares the shit out of these assholes that are running things now. They don't want us to be independent. They certainly don't want a country like this starting up. Not just because they lose what we're producing for them now, but because it'll show that what can be done and what's going on. And other people across the planet will start waking up a little bit more that have no clue right now. But, yeah. Yeah, boy, I really go down these rabbit holes when I'm playing games. Talk. You know what I'd really like is a... I already have these ones, right? Yeah, Boiling Hot was one that I had, so screw that. They're coming for our guns again, too, which is... well, they're always coming for our guns. I don't own any because to get a gun, if I had one from before, that would be great. And we would have. We had a bunch of rifles and whatnot when I lived on the farm as a kid. And my parents got divorced, I think when I was 15 or whatever, and this chick that my dad took up with, he got Alzheimer's, and my brother was supposed to inherit, my younger brother, he's 2 years younger, was supposed to inherit the guns. I think that was the only thing we were getting. And she made that not happen. She destroyed the weapons. She had them destroyed. And she knew they were supposed to be coming to us. I was probably going to get some too there. But nope. And older weapons like that, you know, the government doesn't know about them. That would have been fine, but great. I have a garage here. Awesome. But now I'd have to buy new weapons, and of course you can't do that without the fucking the feds tracking it. And at some point they're going to come looking for it, and they've done it in other areas. They've had the RCMP. What was it? There was a big fire up in the mountains here or something, or was it a flood? Can't remember. And the RCMP, you know, blocked off the area. You had to evacuate. And they went through everybody's house because they knew who had weapons. They went in and confiscated all the weapons for safety. And then those people had a hell of a time getting their fucking property back. The weapons. I'm not even sure if they all did get everything back. It just... And they had no right to do that, to go in and do that. None. No reason, no right. It's insane, they just did it. So that's the kind of bullshit that would go on. Oh, I'm not even close to that fucking thing. How did I hit that? Yeah, another car retrieval. Heyday. Do I have Heyday? I do. Turn 14. A little favor. We do not have a little favor. Nothing else down here, right? Okay, nope. Oh. I could just go right here to grab that one. So yeah, I don't want them knowing what I have, basically. Right now, there's certain weapons, like crossbows and stuff, that they don't track. Not yet, anyway. It was the next best thing. There's some air guns that are extreme that could be used for certain things, defense and whatnot. But you need compressed air for that. Kind of a pain in the ass. Although I've been looking into that too, there's some interesting stuff. Again, stuff I can purchase without the government tracking it. I've got a an Adder RX something or other repeating crossbow. You can load it up with a bunch of crossbow bolts, and it's kind of interesting. That thing's, yeah, that's lethal as fuck. Let's follow this road up and around, see where this goes. Didn't say I found this trailer, did it? I don't think so. This must be a mission trailer. Maybe it did. I don't know. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at here in Canada. It's crappy. If we were to, well, I guess the provincial government here said it's just like Saskatchewan too. They're not going to comply with that. I guess it's up to the provinces to do the enforcement and whatnot for these stupid federal rules for the guns, the gun grab. Pretty sure I saw a yellow square over here. Let's go this way. And they said they're not going to do it. But I mean, again, do you trust them? I mean, what's her name said she was going to give us the vote. And, well, there was no, okay, I thought there might have been a job there. There's not one over here at this house, is there? No. And that didn't happen, so... Okay, I doubt there's anything up there. Close miss. Okay, I think... Do I have that? Yes. I think I got most of the jobs here. Maybe I'll just head down to Overo Hills. Actually, just head back to the garage. That's quicker. When you do a recovery, you head back to the garage that you were last at. So there's a garage on the other map that if I had done it before I found this one, that's where I would have popped back to, but now this is the one because this is the last one I was at. And I will pop back from that. This also fills me up and stuff, so that's good. But yeah, you know, she was like, and it was weird because she kind of lowered the bar a bit for the petition issue. She made it easier. It wasn't as the original rules were almost impossible to achieve, and they were made that way on purpose by the previous fucker that we had in there. Also a conservative. Yeah, okay. He's just another one of them. You know, it's not even worth looking at it as conservative and liberal anymore, or Republican and Democrat. It's more who's on the side of the people and who's working for the globalists. That's what it comes down to. Whatever side of the fence they say they're on, I don't. You got to look past it. And actions speak louder than words. So I don't know. She's been good, and then there's a few things that have been really bad. So yeah, I don't trust her anymore. I mean, back in the day, she did some stuff too that was not good. Okay, this is going to be a fucked up spot. If this guy has trouble getting through here, everybody's going to have a lot of trouble getting through here. Probably easier just to go through there. But yeah, things could be so much better if the assholes weren't stealing from us all the time. Money and freedom. I think The ideal country would have a currency based on gold that actually existed, and welfare would be limited, very limited. It would be based around getting people back to being productive and independent, not helping people to become constantly dependent on the government. Getting people to be productive. And the laws would be totally, there wouldn't be, the legal system would be based solely around what it should be, which is just contract law, not everything law, which is what it is now. There's lawful and there's legal. Lawful is basically do no harm, and that's determined by a jury, right? They determine if harm's been done and by who and what the penalty should be, you know. And then they've kind of twisted all of that into more of the everything's legal or illegal, and that's contracts. You know, you think about legal and illegal. This is illegal and that's illegal. Did you sign a contract about that? Because if you didn't, that doesn't apply technically. But they bring in all this bullshit. Okay, so that's blocked up. Let's go this way. So yeah, our system there would be based totally on do no harm. And because that can be fucked with too, right? Like right now, like they're saying, you know, hate speech and stuff. Well, who gets to determine what's hate speech? Well, the government. Okay. They're the arbiters of truth now? Like, you know, fuck off. That needs to go away. It should all be harm. Do no harm. And if someone thinks harm's been done, yeah, you take them to court. And then a jury of as unbiased as possible peers will decide the case. Not a judge who's been appointed by whoever or the government or bullshit like that. Now let's see if this road will eventually go around there. Holy shit. I'm surprised I haven't taken any wheel damage yet in here. This guy does have a slight habit of getting hurt that way. But yeah, so basically you could do whatever the hell you want. You could drive as fast as you want, or slow, or whatever. I mean, that's retarded, but it depends, right? We have some really long, straight highways with huge lines of sight, and if you wanted to do like 300 kilometers an hour, go for it. If you cause an accident, that's on you, right? The actions, you're responsible for your actions, is basically what it comes down to. If you've done harm to somebody, you know, if you divert a river or something that was being used by people downstream to, you know, for their farms and livestock and stuff, that did harm, right? So then that would be a case that we brought before a jury, and they would probably rule in favor of or against the dude that diverted the river, and that person would probably have to pay some kind of reparations, or, you know, they fix the issue. Accept that. I guess part of that too is that you need a good system of like values and morals need to be. Yeah, we'll just keep to our left here and we'll eventually get there. So that the people in the juries, right, aren't a bunch of boneheads. Eh. And there should probably be requirements, some basic requirements, like an IQ test. You don't want, you know, some dude with Down syndrome on the on the jury. Deciding somebody's fate. I used to kind of think back in the day that maybe having some AIs, okay, like if AI, right now AI is just, it's not artificial intelligence. It's again, it's another term that they've added to something that doesn't match what it actually is. They're human language models, I believe is what it's called. They're basically fancy search engines that are good at speaking English or whatever, like our languages. There is, you know, there's some stuff behind it there, but they are not true AIs. Looks like I would have had to go through there. That's a long trip. I'm gonna see if maybe I can just fucking go up the hill here. Some more rocks and stuff, but there's trees, so I can kind of pull myself up. I'm gonna regret this. We're doing it. It is now 4:19 a.m. No, he doesn't have a lot of why can't I attach? Yeah, no problemo. This might be a little tight. God, I love this truck. Or vehicle. What the fuck it is. Now, am I going the right way? Yes. Although... is this going to take longer? And there's trees here again, so I should be able to pull myself up. Oh, you pieces of shit. It's that fucking bug again. Alright. Oh, I hate mosquitoes. I got itchies everywhere. Alright. I could take the road, but you know what? We're having fun with this. Let's try doing cross country. I'll try going down the way we came because I know that that works. Oof. Sorry about all the twisting and shit. The camera is tied to the vehicle, and when it's bumping around a lot, it moves a lot. Ooh, that's a cliff and a half. Can we do it? Oh, I love this thing. Just don't get it sideways, because he'll flip over. Let's see here. That was easy. Alright, what is this for? Oh, that rock grinder thing again, wherever the hell that is. Okay, what do we got? Got another trailer over here. Okay, that cliff I'm not going to be able to scale, so we're going to come up around here. Yeah, not getting up that one. I've done it. When there was a lot of trees, you can do something like that. Sometimes you can pull yourself up with the winch. But it would probably be time consuming even then. It's just quicker just to go around. I remember I was up at the top of this really high mountain with the Scout 800 or 500, whatever it is, one of the first Scouts you get. And I thought, oh, I'll just take a shortcut down the side instead of driving all the way around. That was a mistake. I rolled most of the way down that fucking thing. It just kept going and going. I was just flipping over forward and sideways and backwards, and yeah. That was a fun trip. Alright, let's head probably this way. Jeez, for getting a couple hours sleep, I don't feel like I did. My head feels all oof. I mean, I know I got up early, like really early here. 2:15 or something. But I went to bed a little early. Hopefully these trees aren't going to be a problem. Oopsie. I don't want to go that way. That doesn't look too bad. Let's just repair things while we're at it. Guardrails. Yeah, sometimes they make these little trees like the big ones, and you can't push them over. sit inside of this thing. Alright. Wait a second. Yeah, but I want to get through the Snowrunner maps, all of them, and then I'm going to try either Mud Runner, which I think has a lot less content, so hopefully it won't take as long to get through, or Roadcraft. Yeah, both of them. Roadcraft is the new one. Mud Runner was the precursor to this game. It's right there. Hopefully this road goes there. Yeah, the last thing I did yesterday was get my front brakes calipers, all the new ones, all cleaned up. They come with, they're coated in a thin layer of oil. And before I can paint them, I gotta take that off. So I sprayed the hell out of them with brake cleaner and whatnot. I've got them hung up, which will make it easy to paint them without getting. Like I can paint the whole thing, right? Instead of just parts, like, you know, paint half of it and then flip it over and that's dry kind of idea. This way I can paint the whole damn thing, because I have a limited amount of time to paint them with this enamel G2's caliper paint shit before the paint totally dries up. Like once you mix the enamel with the paint, or sorry, not the enamel, whatever the shit is. Give me a break. That's like 4 in the morning, 4:30. I have a limited amount of time before it sets entirely and becomes a big brick. So yeah, I want to paint everything. I gotta give it a couple of coats. Nah, with him I'm not going to try crossing there. He'll definitely have engine damage or something really bad will happen. So yeah, I think they give you enough paint to do four calipers. My rears I just did 3 weeks ago and they came powder coated. The fronts came unpowder coated. They're just bare metal, so yeah, clean them off. I'll be painting that with the G2 2-stage enamel caliper paint shit. I'll have lots because, like I said, there's enough there apparently for 4. My calipers aren't huge, so I think you're supposed to give it a thin coat. You mix it for 5 minutes, so it's all activated and whatnot. Then you give it a thin coat of, in my case, red paint, and then let that sit for 15 minutes to cure somewhat, and then give it another coat, thicker coat, and then you can give it another after that, probably another 15-minute wait, and another one. I think there's only about 2 to 4 hours before the paint totally dries up, turns into a big brick in the can, so I might give it a 4th coat because I'll probably have extra, and I mean, why not? If extra coats make it more durable, and they have a lifetime warranty on it, like lifetime, forever. So they really stand behind their products. I'm kind of curious how well it's going to stand up to rocks and things. It'll be interesting. But it'd be really good to get all out. I'm changing the rotors, the calipers, and the pads on the front, as well as the bolts and stuff. My rears, I did the same thing, but I also had to change the carrier, the caliper carrier. It's the thing the caliper sits in, and the stub axles, which are what the and the dust shields too. I'm doing that front and rear. But yeah, to do the dust shields on the rear, I had to take the stub axles off, which have the hub and bearings. So I replaced those as well. That's right. I did a lot of work on the back. Looks fantastic now back there, though. Okay, I'm trying to turn to get off of here, and it's not letting me. There we go. Yeah, I think I can make it through here without tipping over, maybe. Tipping here would be bad. There's no immediate trees in the vicinity to hook onto. Okay, let's get a better angle on this. Alrighty. I think I see a train down here. But yeah, it'll be so good to get that done. Let's see if this does damage. Nope. Okay, sometimes hitting with that angle will do bad things. These little breaks can sometimes cause wheel damage. So it's best to try not to hit them at any kind of speed. I assume this road loops around? Yeah. Alright, let's just do that. It's a little bit more muddy than I thought it was. Didn't really hold me up though. I kind of want to get back into that Angels Fall first game. They just went 1.0 finally after 10 years. They're very excited. They want a truck to go somewhere to assess damage, environmental damage, and then this popped up. What's the deal with that? Maybe there's stuff out there I have to pick up and deliver back here, probably like oil containers or something. Okay, yeah, let's go back down here. That's it. Until I find a gas station somewhere along the way. Or I can just bounce it back to the garage. So my car, when I bought it, it's a VW Golf TDI. It's a diesel. Bought it new in 2001, June, which by the way makes it 25 years old and officially an antique. So I'm pretty sure if a car reaches 25 years old, it's considered antique. Actually, I should look into that. There was, what was the deal? I can insure it differently or something. I think it'd be cheaper if you insure it as an antique. Oh, fuck. Gotta remember to do that. And it was originally 90 horsepower. And I think it was around 2007, 2010, somewhere in there. The turbo blew because of some shit work that a shop did. And so I went and I replaced a bunch of stuff. Parking ticket. Let's see where we need to bring this. If it's somewhere where I might be going. Oops. I hate that. I mean, there's nothing up here. Yeah, I could tow him over there. Yeah, we'll go across here and up there. Okay. Alright. Lucky day for you, buddy. Assuming I don't run out of gas before we get there. Don't think I will, but you never know. Yeah, so I upgraded the turbo with a better, bigger one. It's not just bigger; it's a much more robust one. That's how I usually do it when I'm replacing parts. I get stuff that's better than the original. So I got this bigger turbo. I had to change the airflow sensor. Change the exhaust system. It's a wider exhaust. Could have removed the muffler because the turbo is actually kind of a muffler in itself, so you don't really need it, a muffler, but I left it on anyway. I think I had the catalytic converter removed. There was a few things related to stuff like that that I disabled or changed, which makes the vehicle work better. Less gumming up of shit. Let's see, the fuel injectors are bigger, turbo's bigger. I had to get the computer updated. Basically, I just flashed it with a custom tune from this guy, Malone Tunes. He has set ones that he does, and back when we did this, I don't know if he still does it, but I had to send him logs and stuff, do various tests, and like running the car, certain speeds and RPMs and blah 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 blah, and it's even set for like our level above sea level here, our height above sea level. It's taken into account all kinds of stuff, like I can floor it and the thing barely smokes. It's super efficient. And yeah, so it was 90 horsepower. Now it's somewhere between 150 and 170. Or yeah, I think it's in there somewhere. Not like I'm going to take it to a dyno and get it done, but it's definitely way more peppy than it was. And I get the exact same fuel mileage, so I get about 60 on the highway miles per gallon, and about 43, 44 city driving. And I can drive it like I stole it. Like I drive aggressive. Like diesels are just fucking awesome. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that's why they pretty much banned them, at least in passenger cars. Because the engines also last like a really long time because the fuel itself is an oil. So your pistons are getting lubricated from above and below, and it makes the engines just last forever. Yeah, I watch these videos of these guys find these old trucks and stuff, and they get them going. And some of them have been sitting around for 20 years, and they still work. They get them up and running. Yeah, it's just amazing. Diesel's also more efficient, and you get like well, you just saw there more miles per gallon than you do with a gas engine. Tons of torque, which is the pulling power. Because I think mine's at like 275 foot-pounds or something like that, or was it 375? I can't remember. It's a lot. But yeah, so did all those upgrades, changed some of the wiring, vacuum tubes, some other enhancements, changed the seats. They're still the same seats. I changed the covers, and you'd never know that they were different from stock. Like they fit perfect. So my original ones were kind of a charcoal gray velour, which was really comfy and lasted a really long time. But yeah, it was starting to wear through on the driver's side because they're kind of bucket seats, and there's like a, I don't know what you would call it, like a wing sort of, right, on both sides. It kind of holds you in place. And when I'm getting in and out of the car, I'm rubbing against that one on the left side, and eventually, yeah, it wore through. And that was bugging me. Plus, we had cats, and the cat fur sticks to that stuff too, so you have to clean it off once in a while because we get cat fur on us, and then it gets in the car. It wasn't terrible, but it was enough that, you know, once in a blue moon I'd have to take a thing in there and clean it up. Okay, one of these has to be. There we go. Stopping the engine because fuel. Essential semi-trailer, that one I've got already. Yes. Oh, there's another unfinished business. I don't have that. Well, it's on the same road. Let's just head down there. But yeah, there's a place, I think it's leatherseats.com, and they make custom leather seats for all kinds of vehicles, and mine was one of them. So I bought two-tone leather. It's black leather seats with they have like a red insert that's perforated. I got the perforated because I thought it might help with the, it looks cool too, but I thought it might help with the heated seat part, because I have heated seats. I didn't actually buy it with heated seats. It came with. I didn't want to spend any extra, right? Kind of semi-bare bones. So there was no heated seats and no sunroof. It was part of a package that I didn't get. And when the car showed up, here it had a sunroof and heated seats. I didn't pay anything extra for that, which was kind of interesting because, I mean, I ran that salesman through the ringer. I did a lot of research on stuff that they charge that they don't need to, and I mean, I got the price down when I bought that car. And here I got the extra heated seats and sunroof, so. And it's never been a problem. I always thought, you know, sunroof, it's just more complexity, more something else to go wrong, right? Maybe it'll leak one day. It never has. It's 25 years old now. It never had a problem with it. The heated seats too, I've used them rarely, like when it's 40 below out and you get in there, and my wife uses them more than I do, but yeah, when I was doing that, changing out the seats, so I had to take the seats out of the car. I did it over Christmas. I had 2 weeks off, and
pulled the seats out one at a time and worked on them and fixed up some things too while I was doing that. And the heated seats are sewn into the bottom of the velour, right, on the other side that you would have contact with. And I looked at getting aftermarket heated seats, and it's a giant pain in the ass. There's a heating element. Let's see if we can get across here. It looks like there might be something there. There's a heating element that runs through the seat. A wire, basically. It's really thin. It looks like it's made out of graphene or something. It's black. And on the aftermarket ones, they have one wire that just kind of loops through, right, back and forth, back and forth. The problem with that is if that ever gets broken, it breaks the connection and there's no more heated seat. The ones that came with my car are like a mesh. So if you get a break anywhere in there, it doesn't matter. It'll just, unless you like, you know, cut the seat in half, it's going to keep working. And the coverage was better too. And I could use my existing switches in the car, where the other ones I'd have to wire in shit, and you know, I don't want to be ripping out more than I have to, and then sticking in a switch. There were some spots where I could put an extra switch that weren't being used. Actual like blank switch spots, because I guess there must be some options I don't have. But yeah, so what I ended up doing was I got a stitch ripper and I cut out the heated seats from the velour. Basically I had to take the velour seats apart to do that. I still have them, just in case, or whatever. They don't take up any space. And yeah, so I ripped out all the stitches, and then I sewed it into the bottoms of the new leather seats. They're padded on the bottom. It's leather on top, and then it's like cloth and stuff underneath. So it wasn't that bad. So I sewed that in there, hooked it all up, and fantastic. Everything works super fantastic. I was so happy with that, and it looks so good too. It was about $2,000 for all the front seats and the back, but you know, if you were to buy those seats in a new car, they would charge you a lot more than $2,000. It's like $2,000 a seat, right? Okay. Now where do we go? Oh, I wanted to see if I could... No, that doesn't look like I can get across there either. Okay, so we're going to come back down this way. And we will head up this way. Let's see where that takes us. And it's not like a lot of the leather seats I looked up, like even for my car or similar models, they all kind of use the same seats. There's like the Jetta and the Golf, a bunch of Audis. They all have it's basically the same car, just different bodies on top. But a lot of the aftermarket seats, they're those, you know, it's kind of baggy looking. It's leather, but it's like a well-used leather couch look. It's very baggy, and I don't like those looks. This is like form-fitting, showroom, you know, like yeah, nice, really fucking nice. If you go to that site, you'll see what I mean. Leatherseats.com. It's some work. I had to get a few special tools. Oddly, my seats weren't all connected the same way. There's hog rings, and I can't remember what the other way of doing it is called. The backs were done one way and the fronts were done a different way, so there was I mean, it wasn't terrible. I just had to figure different ways to do stuff, but yeah, I got it all in there and it looks fantastic, so I'm happy with it. And the quality of their seats is great. They even had the airbag areas. There's areas in my seats that have airbags. It's in those same shoulder type areas that was wearing through. Up higher than it was wearing at though. But yeah, there's spots there where an airbag will pop out and kind of cover the window from side impact, so you don't get smash your head into the window, I guess, or whatever. And so the stitching in those areas is apparently not as, it's made to break, basically. So the airbag in the seat can actually pop out of there. Okay, I was just wondering where the hell we're going here. And let's see, I recently got, I probably should have did it at the same time, I don't know if it would have been a better deal or not, but it's a standard, and my gear shifter has like a boot. It was a fake leather kind of boot that sits around it, and I just updated that to the same, maybe not just, maybe 2 years ago. I updated that to the same thing from the same company. So it's a dark charcoal or black leather with red stitching. Looks nice. I was kind of considering changing the ball on top too. It's a 5-speed. It's starting to wear a little bit, but unless you're looking close, you can't really tell. So I'm gonna leave it. I was considering doing it, but nah. Tons of options for that. Yeah, it's so much I did to that car. I am going to run out of fuel here at some point soon. Yeah, it's worth learning how to take care of your car and how all that works and take the time. Although I gotta say, having a garage really, really, really helps. Our first place when I got together, it was an apartment, didn't have a garage, so kind of pointless to I should be able to get through to do any work, right? Because you're outside on in the parking lot or something. And not exactly the best place to be working on a vehicle, especially if you need to leave it up on jack stands or your parts out or whatever the hell, tools and things. And then where do you keep the tools? Pain in the butt. Already got that job. Okay, we'll go up. Must be a road up here somewhere. Yeah, it's that. But it's good to learn, you know, how the thing works. Is there a road there? No, it's just a railway track. Alright, let's see if we can get through to this thing. Road. Good knowledge to have so that so you don't get screwed by some shop. This is going to be fun. Yeah, I'm probably going to run out of fuel trying to do this, but Don't you tip over. Why are you trying to tip over? Wait a minute. Nope, that's not helping things. Huh. Come on, you're almost up. There we go. Stick it in high gear, maybe it'll use less fuel. Maybe we'll make it. It's gonna be fucking close. Come on, you can do it. And another upgrade. Oh, there's an upgrade. Where's that? Oh, that was on the other map. Shit. Well, he's gone as far as he's gonna go. So we're gonna bounce him back. And then head back down the road here. Yes. Yeah, and then over time, because I kind of worked it out, it was, so in my case, the dealer, there's two dealers in town, and one of them's good for service and the other one's terrible. The one I bought the car from, great for sales, terrible for the dealer, or the service was just terrible. Parts is great though. I like the guy that was there forever for parts. He's gone now, unfortunately. It sucks. But yeah, so the one dealer, even though it's expensive, sometimes they'll bring it there to get things done that I don't want to do or can't. Yeah, for the most part, I worked out bringing it or buying my own tools, which are, you know, they can be expensive, is still cheaper than taking it to the shop to get it done, even if it's one of these other shops. And I haven't found a good shop yet. There's a bunch in town that will do VW work, but yeah, there's always something every time I go in to one of those places and I get the car back, and you know they've done the work, but then there's something, some little thing usually that wasn't done right, like a cable that wasn't reattached to its mounting or something, and then rubbed through because it's rubbing on the tire, or No, I did want to go that way. Or a bolt that wasn't tightened, or, you know, it's just, and then it makes you wonder, like, okay, if they did that, what else didn't they do right? So, I just never, the dealership that I bring it to has always done, for the most part, good work. I'm not sure that's going to be the case anymore, but, although the last time I brought the car in for anything, I mean, they cleaned up everything. They cleaned up the engine bay and everything free. I didn't have to pay for it. I think it's because the guys like working on the older vehicles, and I keep it in good shape, and they're probably impressed. But I mean, they're always asking to buy it off me, so. But, yeah, I don't know. I guess the new cars are just terrible to work on. So I'm assuming it's like a break, you know, from the usual bullshit that they have to deal with. But yeah, it's cheaper. It's a little bit of a pain, you know, you put out some money at the start. Then again, once you're done, right, like you buy a tool, now you've got that tool. So if you need to do anything with that tool, you've got it. I've got quite the collection now going on. Wrenches and stuff, plus specialty tools. Got stuff for doing transmission work, and I'm gonna try going down this way. I bought a bunch of stuff for doing timing. I chickened out on that one because it's diesels are a little more precise, I guess. Because okay, with a gas engine, it's most gas engines are non-interference. So the deal with that is when the piston reaches the top of the cylinder, if the valve is open, which kind of comes down into the cylinder, it won't make contact with the top of the piston head. That's non-interference. Interference is if the valve is open, the piston comes up into the same space that the valve's in, and yeah, they hit, and that's bad. That's very bad. And I know with my car, so the timing needs to be perfect, right? And I mean perfect. I used to change the timing by just tapping. What the hell was it? The cam, I think. You just barely tap it a bit, and I'd go and check, and the timing would change. Like, yeah. So it is super precise, and you gotta have it just right. So for that one, I checked out, or maybe I ran out of time too. I didn't have a lot of time, and I was afraid to start something that was gonna take longer than I had. Because usually I do this kind of stuff when I'm on vacation, when I have a couple of weeks. But I still have all that. I bought a bunch of shit. What I really like is to get into welding. Want to buy a welder? Ah, poop. Thought there might be a way across here. I wonder. That is probably way too deep. Way too deep, especially for this thing. Let's have a peek. Yeah, there's no way I can get across there with this. Not without major damage. That looks like it might be shallow there between the two spots, but yeah, this guy's not gonna make that. Alright, so where are we going? Maybe I should go over here. Looks like there's a fairly big space here. Maybe not. It's just this zone here. Looks like this is the edge of the map. Could be. There's probably something in there. Alright, so come down this way. Head back here. Oof, that's a long fucking road. screw that. Come down here, we'll go down this way. Head up here. And we'll see where that goes. Yeah, these big trees can be such a pain in the ass sometimes. It's nice when they just fall apart like that. When you reach them, sometimes they, what do we got here? Sometimes they just don't break, and they just kind of bend and they hold you. It can be a gigantic pain in the ass. Oh, fuel. I'll take some of that. Oh. You could at least give me a full one, Jesus. While we're here... Because I assume I have to take that somewhere. Yeah, I guess, you know, if you're starting out these days, they've really fucked things up good, so it's almost impossible to buy a house. And then you've got companies like BlackRock, they're buying up land everywhere, and China for that fucking matter, coming into our countries and buying up all kinds of land. Or Bill Gates, I think he owns how much fucking farmland in the States? Like over half of the land that's available, he fucking owns it. Like, yeah, Mr. Eat Bugs and Fake Meat. Yeah, buying up all the farmland so that nobody can make food, so you're forced to buy their shit. There was some other stuff too. What was it? Oh, chickens and pigs and cows. They've been killing them off like crazy. A lot of it under the guise of this. Oh, they've, you know, some kind of disease or something. So we have to cull the herd, the whole herd. And I've more than seen enough evidence to know that's total bullshit. There was a bunch of ostriches here recently, Canada. A couple of them got sick, and the government people came out and determined they had some avian flu or some goddamn thing, and said the whole herd needed to be killed. But this was like weeks after, and none of the other birds were sick. They got an immunity to it, whatever the hell, and they were perfectly fine. And these people wanted to bring in their own vets, or did even, to, you know, verify these animals were perfectly safe and fine and whatever. And nope, the government went after them for like a year or so, and then finally just brought in our version of the CDC and the Mounties and stuff, and they just corralled them all up and shot them all. It just... yeah, they prevented them from bringing in another vet to verify the health, and didn't want any more testing done or anything. They were just determined to kill these birds. Oh, shit. And that's just one of many examples of this kind of thing. That one had something to do with the birds were actually used in some kind of testing. I don't know if it was vaccines or what. So there's a lot of conjecture that there was something going on there. They didn't want these birds were proof of something. At the very least, that you know you can get immunity and be safe. But yeah, I don't know. And then lots of farmers with their pigs and chickens and stuff, and having to have their entire herds killed because one or two animals got sick. Maybe I don't trust that anymore either. But and now all of a sudden everything's super expensive. Meats and stuff. I've seen some videos recently down in the States. There was places where it was like $50 for hamburger or something, raw hamburger. It's the pack of it. That's fucking crazy. That is fucking crazy. And then yeah, housing going up in price, and of course they're flooding our country with foreigners, countries I should say, with foreigners. It's not just here in Canada, it's everywhere, all the Western countries, basically. And they go on about multiculturalism and it's good for us and all this other shit. And I'm thinking, okay, if these people were so good, you know, we're importing all these doctors and stuff. Okay, yeah, sure we are. They're all going to be doctors and lawyers and lawyers. But, you know, if they're such a value add, then why is it their own countries are or shitholes? And then there's, you know, if you go to Uganda or someplace, right? They're not pushing multiculturalism there. Why not? These countries are full of just basically one race, whatever race it is. It's just it's the successful countries they're going after, and it's not even just Western. They're doing it in the East too, right? Japan and whatnot. China, I don't think, is doing it, but that's because they're part of it. If anything, China does ethnic cleansing. Stuff you'll never hear about in the news because they cover that up too. Yeah, it's fucked up out there. And it's all being done to us on purpose. Okay, let's, be nice if this road could be fixed. I wonder if that's one of the, so there's no task for that, right? But maybe it's a contract, because there's other jobs. The tasks are what I'm going around looking for to gather them all, so I'll have them ready to go when I want them. This is probably going to be a contract job. Just checking that looked like a road for a second there. So this is this the third map that I've found? Yeah, so there's one more, flatland. Haven't found the way there yet. Top speed, 5 gears, and there's barely any difference between them. It's just slightly faster than, you know, 5th gear is slightly faster than 2nd gear. Oh well, this is his top speed, whatever. Ah, so there's something up here. No jobs, another trailer. Didn't say I found it, so whoops, sorry dude. Oh man, I had a dude. So basically what some asshole did, came in and parked like this. So that white car is mine. Let's say that white car is mine. Some asshole came in and did this. Right along the side. Giant fucking big scratch mark right down the side from somebody rubbing their car up against mine. Of course, they weren't parked there when I got there at the end of the day. I come walking up to my car and I see this, and I'm like, fucking, oh man, was I mad. I was so fucking mad. And I went looking around. I went around the whole lot. It was a big lot, and I was looking for any car that had green paint, because my car is green, anywhere on it. And I didn't find it. And they have cameras all over that lot. It's a city parking lot. It's at it's called the LRT, Light Rail Transit. And there's a bus depot there too. Anyway, so yeah, I'm parked there. So they have cameras everywhere. So, and I work there in the city. So, you know, I'm checking around. I wanted to find out, okay, I want the video. I want to know who did this. I want to find out what's going on. And they were like, oh, well, we don't keep, there's no record. They don't keep the tapes. It's like real time. And I'm thinking, well, that's just fucking great. So I can't find out who did that to me. So yeah, I had to have all of that fixed up. And I hate people. I just fucking hate them. I think the thing is too, because I come in early, like really early. Obviously, I get up early, right? I'd park in there, and there was nobody there. I'd park down at the end. They're wide stalls, but you know, I park as close to, like, there was a barrier on my left side, big cement thing. I park right next to that. So my passenger side, you can't get out there, right? But I want to leave as much space as possible to avoid door dings and stuff, right? But then during the day, it filled up, and obviously, and there must have been just enough space for maybe somebody to park. Obviously not. So some asshole decided to find out, push their way in there. You think as soon as you touched, you would know. It's probably one of these fucking immigrants. Because, I mean, I see them every day. So many. I'm not saying all of them, because, I mean, I know immigrants that have been here forever, and they don't like this either. They left their countries to get away from people like this, shit like this. So when I say immigrants, I'm not being a fucking racist. It is what it is. I see these people. I saw one one day. This little Asian guy. He had his fancy little rice burner, we'll call it. Young guy. And I was waiting for my wife, I think, was parked somewhere, and I'm watching this guy. There's a spot just big enough for his car, and he spent like 10, 15 minutes trying to get into there. And I'm watching this, and I'm thinking, dude, how are you going to get out of your vehicle once you get it in there? Because he got it in. He didn't touch anything. He didn't hurt anybody's vehicle or anything. But he got it parked perfect. And then he realized he couldn't get out of his car. he had to move. I was just like, dude. He spent so much time trying to park that thing. Oh man, okay. Damn it, now I gotta get all the way over here. Alright. Go here, cross the water. Whoops. There, and I guess up here. Let's see where that takes us. But I mean, you know, what was the thought process there? Like, you know, the worst one lately that there's been, normally we have a lot of East Indians and Chinese are our main immigrants here, but there's been a lot more blacks in the last 10 years, and they're probably the worst. They drive like 20 or more under the limit, the speed limit, and it's overly cautious. I don't know what the deal is with that, but it's always a black guy. Well, I mean, not always. Sometimes it's a dude wearing a turban or something. But lately, the last year or two, when I see something really stupid, like somebody driving down the wrong way, like they're coming towards you. I don't know how you. It's like, how do these people get a license? There's no fucking way. They turn down the wrong way on the street and they just drive along, fake coming, you know, into traffic, or you know, your major intersection, they'll do a U-turn, or again, like it's not safe, and they're, oh my god, what was it? Okay, so you're in a turn lane to turn left, right? You're waiting at the light, and you get the green arrow, and then somebody will be on your left side from behind you. They'll go around you to turn left. That kind of bullshit. I saw that while I was on the opposite side of the road heading into this. Some dude coming into oncoming traffic to turn left to get around other people. And yeah, black, always black. It's like, well, what the hell is going on? And I know guys that are black that are not fucking retards, but these guys are fucking retards, and or they just don't fucking care. These ones I keep seeing, and it's always young guys too, now I think about it. Like, they just don't care. It's like, rules? Who needs rules? Sense? I mean, well, who cares? We just do whatever the fuck we want to do. I'm surprised they're not driving on the sidewalks. That'll probably be next. It's getting annoying. Yeah. And it's not always them either. I'll see, but normally when it's somebody who's Caucasian, it's usually because they're on their cell phone being an idiot. I give my brother shit for this too, because you know, he'll phone me and I can hear that he's driving. It's like, dude, this can fucking wait until you get wherever you're going, then fucking phone me. Pisses me off when he's doing that. Dude's got a big family. So let's drive around on our cell phone and get into an accident or something. He hasn't done it yet, not that I'm aware of, but don't think so. But I mean, it could happen. You know, you look away for 2 seconds to change the radio and something could happen. Like, and I think I said this in one of my recent streams. There was a guy the other day crossing the road against the light, walking across the road. And because people were slowing down, I'm like, what the fuck's, why are we slowing down? We have green. And then you notice there's a dude crossing the road. And it wasn't like he was a bum or some weirdo. It was just some dude, probably 35, 40, on his fucking cell phone. Was totally engrossed in whatever the fuck was going on it. And then he looked up when he was halfway across and realized what was happening and ran the rest of the way. Like, dude, like, it's just insanely stupid people out there. I hate the cell phones just because of that. I keep mine's locked up in a cabinet right now. The only cell phone I have is the one I use for work. It's my work phone. It's paid for by work. We can use it for personal stuff. But yeah, I don't. Mine's locked up in a steel cage, basically, when I'm not using it. And it only comes out when I'm at work, and sometimes when I go out, because I might need it for whatever. Or if I'm expecting a call on it, I might leave it on. Other than that, don't use it. When I retire someday, I probably will get another one, but if I do, it's going to be like the Purus Libre 5 or the Pine phone or something. Those ones run on Linux. They're open source. There's no spyware, especially the is it Purus or something? The Libre 5 anyway is super built around privacy. They have two versions of the phone. There's one that uses components that are made in Asia, and another one that uses components that are only made in the States and or have extreme what the hell is it? Line of custody or something? I can't remember that term is used, but basically they know where, from start to finish, every part's been where it was created, who did it, and everything. Like, and the idea behind that is to prevent any like backdoor stuff from being put into the electronics, because that's a thing. But yeah, in general, yeah, I would probably get one of those. One to support the company, two because I like the idea. Android's very tied into Google now and stuff, and Google is totally into collecting and selling information and working with the assholes, basically. They are the assholes now, so one and the same. Palantir and all that bullshit. And there's other things you can do. You can get a phone that just connects via Wi-Fi, and then get a separate device that connects to the cellular, but does it in so it's the connection device to the cellular network, and then it uses you can connect via VPN, and so there's that. But on top of that, so you connect to that with your Wi-Fi, and it cuts the connection kind of thing between. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can get up to this because I don't think I have failed logging yet. Nope. It just helps protect yourself a little bit more privacy-wise. And I think it depends on the company you could get it through too. This Wi-Fi cellular device. I don't know. There's things you can do. You just have to educate yourself and just try your best to keep them out of your life. It's none of their fucking business. Yes, let's just take some damage from a rotten wooden stick. Let's repair that up. Oh, good. I haven't used my repair supplies yet. So. Let's take another look at the maps here. Just missing one more map. Haven't seen the way out to it yet. Or did I? Maybe I did. That's right. I think I did. Yeah. Let's bump up here so I can detect this trailer. Just have to get close to it. Oh. Okay, this one's going to disappear once it's used. Because if it was one I could sell, it would say trailer discovered. Alright. Okay, this road keeps going that way. Oh, that upgrade. Shit. Okay. I think we're going to keep going then. Although we're here. You know what? I'm going to turn around and come back. This is probably the exit to the other map. Then we'll head up to that upgrade. This is the type of vehicle I need to get to and from work. You know, something I don't care if I get dings. Like our old military Jeep, when I had that when I was a kid. That thing had multiple coats of paint on it from people who owned it before us. And, you know, if you got a ding or something, it was like, who cares? It wasn't all shiny and, you know, like my car is... When it's done up, I have a whole thing I do with, I remember a stump there. Oh my god. The view. I have a whole thing that I clean it, and then I clay it. You can look that up. You basically run this clay over the car with, you spray it, and then you clay it. Each like a little area at a time, and yeah, okay, it is. Yay. The clay pulls shit out of the microscopic holes on the car. So I clean it, you can dry it, and then you run your hand over the car, right, over the paint, and you'll feel it kind of feels a little bit like sandpaper. It's a little rough, and that's because there's like tar and dirt and stuff still there that's kind of pitted into the vehicle, into the paint. Is this where I want to go? Yes, that works. But after you've clayed it, which by the way makes it super shiny because that's a lot of crap, right, that it takes out of the off the top of the paint. After you clay it, you run your hand over it, and it's smooth as a mirror. It's just like smooth. Then I'll seal it, I think is what it is. Am I putting a sealer on that? Oh no, then I polish it. That's right. That takes out like any minor swirly marks or imperfections and shit like that. Fills in some of it. So like all those little pits that I was just talking about, fills all that in. Then I put on a sealer, and that makes it last. It lasts about 2 years, really. I use Wolfgang stuff. It's worked for me for a long time. And then maybe I bought some ceramic stuff. I might spray that on and put it on. But yeah, when I'm done, that thing looks like it's got a deep, glossy green, super shiny. Yeah, it looks better than when I bought it. It's fantastic looking. Like I'll get people looking at it when I'm driving around. It's like showroom scary. Really nice. But it is a lot of work. A lot of work. Takes me about 2 days, 3 sometimes. But the polishing and stuff can get a little bit of a pain in the ass. I use some of it I do by hand, some of it I have a buffer. But yeah, it's I mean it probably did it last year. And when the car gets wet, the rain still beads off of it. It needs to be cleaned right now. It's dirty, but yeah, it still looks good. And that's 25 years. Yeah. Some people say, oh, you know, it's too expensive to... Oh, man. How am I supposed to get through that? Yeah, just wait. My controller cable's getting all down around my feet. I don't like that. I'm going to try and go over this. I don't think I can with this guy, but we'll try. But yeah, I mean, that money, like, you know, you spend a couple of grand on getting something fixed, let's say 3,000. You know, what is that compared to... Why could the front connect to that? But okay. Shit. Although... No, I don't want to do that. I was gonna say I could pull myself up. This is why I like connecting to the sides better. There we go. But yeah, when you consider the cost of a new car, especially today, like what's $3 grand? You know, $3 grand every 10 years or so or something. I mean, yeah. But again, yeah, you got to find a shop that you trust or do the work yourself. And I do as much as I can myself. And always look up the issues. Whatever the problem is, look it up before you bring it in to get it worked on somewhere so you have a half clue of what's going on. And they don't screw you or try to screw you. Even if you have no clue and no tools, look it up. Look up, you know, someone's probably had the issue, unless it's a brand new car or something, in which case, well, even then, look it up. It could be a common problem with just cars in general or something, you know what I mean? But most of the new cars these days, it seems like a lot of the issues are, well, there's nothing to grab there, are due to the transmissions, for one. Lots of really bad transmissions out there. they're overly complicated. They pack them full of stuff, and they're definitely not built to last. All right. Well, there's that. That must be the other vehicle. I think there's a scout and then a bigger vehicle. So I'm finding all of these upgrades for these two vehicles, but I haven't seen the actual vehicles yet. Alright. Failed logging, we have slippery... Oh, we have both of those, okay. Still, let's see if there's got to be a road up to the left here at the north. That's this way, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's good to know what's going on so that you don't get screwed. And that goes for pretty much everything these days. I mean, really, that is a main problem. There's got to be something in this area. It just feels like there's something. Oh, there is a road there. Let's see if we can get through here. Yeah, so many of our problems are due to people just having no clue about what's going on. And that's done on purpose a lot of the time. Whether it's how money works and what's going on in the world or how things work. Yeah, that was another thing. Our stove was having issues in December last year, or I guess 2024 now. And so we went looking to buy, a new one. And the quality was absolutely terrible. Even those super expensive, $25,000 Wolf and whatever, a bunch of different brand names, they all had issues too. I think the only ones that maybe didn't were the Mealy. I didn't really see any issues with those, except, I mean, I wouldn't buy one because, again, who has the money? But their stuff is now more geared towards like European houses, so really small fridges, small stoves. We've got a Mealy dishwasher that we bought 16 years ago now. Thing still works fantastic. This never had an issue with it ever. It didn't cost like $25,000, so it was like more expensive than the usual, but it wasn't like break the bank type crazy expensive, or even like super expensive. It was just a little more expensive. I don't know if they probably still sell those. And it wasn't tiny either. It's a decent size. These days, though, everything seems to be seems to be really small. Like there's a fridge there that was, again, like 25 grand or so. And it was small. Like small. I'm thinking, why would anybody want that? Okay, there might be something up along there, but I don't know if I care to go find out. I'm going to go down this way, though. It's a nice big black area. And then probably follow that road all the way down here, and then we're going to go through this gate to the flatland. And with any luck, is there a gas station along the way here, or was that on another map? Yeah. Boop, whatever. Where am I going? Right, straight ahead. was thinking my mountain bike. I've still got it. I wonder if it has... I don't know. It had this issue where, so if you're going downhill, right, like on a highway or something that's paved, you can get some decent... Okay, nothing popping up there. You can get some decent speed going, like really decent speed. The front tire would start to wobble. Okay, yeah, we already have that job. Remember that, but I do remember. I used to love going uphill. Terrible, hate hills that way. But going down, yeah, that is the best. I would just pump that sucker and get as fast as I could do. I was always doing highway speeds. Like you can really get some speed going. But yeah, after a bit, it would start to vibrate, and I was like, ooh, that's not good. I remember I pulled the handlebars off that thing once. I was in Elk Island Park here. It's a national park. And me and some friends were riding our bikes around. And I was coming down this little path, like down a cliff, right? Basically. It's really steep. And it's a little, you know, windy and stuff. And we were flying through there. And I came down, and there was a sharp turn at the bottom, and then like a cliff like this down to water. Maybe not, it wasn't this far, but it was pretty steep, and yeah, down into the water, and I was like, oh shit, so I brake, and I pulled up on the handlebars, and I pulled them right off. I didn't wipe out or anything. I don't know how I kept it. Maybe I was going slow enough at that point, but yeah, that's where I want to go. But yeah, I pulled the handlebars right off that sucker. And, got it back home and stuff, and I just had to tighten up. There was an Allen bolt at the top. Tightened her all up, fixed that up. Man, I haven't ridden my bike in years. It's sitting in the garage down there on the bike rack. On the wall. There's just nowhere interesting to go in the city. And yeah, it's not safe to be driving around on your bike with some of the idiots that are on the roads. It's one of the reasons why I never got a motorbike back in the day, because I had close calls in vehicles back then, and I thought, yeah, I'm not buying a bike. I'll end up dead. Might as well do this. Yeah, okay. Come through here, maybe we'll get lucky and find something interesting. Oops, I want to go this way, don't I? Yes, I do. I hope we find some fuel, or I'm going to be having to pop it back to the garage and then come all the way back out here, which is going to suck. Actually, I rode my bike to school a few times. When you're out in the country, that's kind of a big deal. It was, I don't know how far that was. It was a lot of miles to get to school. Down dirt roads and stuff. And, although sometimes I would go through the park. Elk Island Park was between me and school, high school. But it's paved. It was a little bit longer out of my way, but because it's paved, it was a little easier. Except for, I don't know if you've ever seen it. The cow gates, little bridges kind of deal. It's so you're driving along, and then there'll be like a bunch of little pipes across the road. And you drive over that, it's like, you know, and that's to keep, in this case, buffalo from crossing right there. So, because there'll be a fence and stuff right along, and then where the fence crosses the road, it becomes this little, there's no fence, it just becomes this, because you want the cars to go through, right? But they put these pipes down across the road, and yeah, the buffalo won't walk on that. Oh, here's a vehicle. I wonder if that's one of them. Hard to tell from this angle what we're looking at yet. And riding your car across that, it's not a big deal. You can even zip across that at some decent speed without doing anything to your car. But a bicycle or even walking is kind of a pain in the ass. So remember, that was not super fun. Now this is a YAR. I've got one of those, so that's not one of the vehicles. Where do they want this thing to go, I wonder? A wrong turn. Oh. Okay. We could do that. It's not that far. Except I'm probably going to run out of fuel, but... Just want to get myself lined up here. Yeah, sure. They want repairs and stuff too, though. Oh, shit. Well, it doesn't look too badly beat up. I wonder if my repair supplies would be enough. I think it's this way. Yes. Actually, should probably turn it on, eh? Yeah, I've got one of these things, and it's, you would think, like, size-wise and stuff, it looks like it'd be comparable to this, but it ain't. It's an okay vehicle for getting around, but this thing is just so much better. Although I think this guy, yeah, he's got a hitch, so he can tow scout trailers and stuff. This one does not. Oopsie. fucking way. I'm hung up on up. How fucking stupid is that? What the? I'm gonna have to check this guy's winch, because I can't even. There's nothing back here I can connect. What the? There we go. Stupid little barricade deals. Oh my god. No, he's dragging it. Alright, whatever. Yeah, repair and refuel. I'm gonna bring in another vehicle to do that part of it. This guy doesn't have enough. Definitely don't have the fuel. Actually. Thank you. I'll take that. What do we got here? We're going right. I don't know if we can make it, but we're gonna try. AM. Real time. Oh, my stomach is letting me know that I haven't eaten anything yet today. It grinds itself up. There should be food in here. What the hell? Yeah, I can't get over how fucking humid it was here last night. Holy shit. I do follow this. No, I don't. Turn here. Yeah, just, I mean, we've had rain for weeks. I think it's the most rain I've seen in a long time. I'm surprised there isn't mushrooms growing in the backyard yet, because that's usually a thing when it's raining this much. Just tons of mosquitoes. But yeah, last night was, whoa, it was terrible. No wind, but the windows open. We didn't turn on the air. It wasn't really that bad when we went to bed, but yikes. Keeping me up a little bit, and then you know, I had to go to the bathroom and I get back in there, and I'm like, ugh, my pillow is just soaked to sweat, right? So I was like, okay, I'm not. This is nasty, gross, and it just fucking cleans yesterday. So I was like, I'm not going back to bed. I'm just gonna get up. Fuck it. And that's not normal for here. I mean, even when it's wet, it's dry here in Alberta. I mean, I was staying at my mom's place down east in Nova Scotia a few years back. And I remember, you know, you'd have your bath or shower or whatever, and the next day the towels hanging there were still damp. That was gross. That's humid. I mean, but I mean, they're right on the ocean. Where here, I mean, by the end of the day, your stuff is dry as a bone. You hang it out. And for the most part, I mean, even that's the case even with it being like it is right now, super wet. Like my face cloth from yesterday was dry this morning, but just, you know, dry, as dry as you can get. But for some reason, yeah, in the bedroom there, it was just super humid. Of course, it was a little warm too, but it wasn't too bad. It's been worse. God damn, the sun's just coming up now. It's like right in my fucking face. There, right next to the window. Just close the blinds up. There we go. Ah, that's better. Yeah, so today I'm going to try get my calipers painted and then maybe start on replacing them tomorrow once they're nice and cured. Let's head up the road here and see if we can find this. And try and finish up that computer in the kitchen TV. Got about 90% done. I just got to, let's see, set up Kodi, maybe set it to auto log on. Let's import the bookmarks and stuff for the browser. Yes, I already made shortcuts for the NAS, which is network attached storage. It's a little box with a bunch of hard drives in it. It sits here. I think we have about 12 terabytes of space in there, and I've got about 7 used. Okay, which one of these two roads? Yeah. See if we can at least make it to this tower before I run out of fuel. Now, which one of these two roads? Looks like the one to the right. Damn it. Just fucking paranoid or what? But I keep feeling like there's a fucking mosquito buzzing around my leg. It's one thing to be said for having... Wait a minute. That's not a road, is it? It is. It doesn't look like much of a road. Yeah, if you get some hairy legs or arms, whatever, it helps, at least with the mosquito type deal, because then you can tell when there's one trying to get on you before he actually does. Or she, I guess. It's the females that bite. Blood-sucking females. The males have, they also have like a stingery thing out the front, but it's kind of like, it's fuzzy. It's weird. They don't suck blood, I guess. They just have a good time with the females. Who then make a ton of eggs after they suck us dry. I had a thought about that. I'm going to I'm gonna upgrade. Oh, way back here. And over here. I don't see any places to fuel up, so we're screwed that way. I could try making it to this job. So I might be able to make it to that. Maybe, but I doubt it. Yeah, we're not doing that. Apparently, okay, so if you get a big box fan and you put a screen over one side, a screen, you know, that'll allow air to go through that will catch mosquitoes, kind of things. So what the deal is, on the side of the fan that sucks, right, sucking air in, you put this screen on, and you also put a container of water there. And you put this outside, and you turn on the fan, and the mosquitoes will go to try and lay their eggs in the water, which is what they do. They love standing water. They get there. They're terrible flyers. Apparently, a mosquito can't fly faster than most of us can walk, so they're pretty slow. So they get in there, and the fan sucks them into the screen. And apparently, this works really, 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 really well. So what I wanted to try was putting one out. I wanted to put this outside and do this, right? Kill off a bunch. But there's been so much rain, and this isn't an outside fan that I bought. I don't know if you can get an outside fan. I mean, I didn't want to spend a ton of money. But I got this in there. Oh, we're just barely going to make this fuel-wise. I'm just about to run out of fuel. But it occurred to me I could pull it out while I'm out there doing, you know, like picking berries and stuff from our house caps, which I have to do. There's a ton of them. It's just you get even close to those bushes and through the grass, the lawn, like they're just hordes of these fucking things flying around. But then I thought, you know, I could bring this out there with me, and I'll be like the container of water, you know, the lure, and just put the fan on the other side of me and just suck them all in there. Little fuckers. Oh, is that the truck? Figures. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Alright, well, we're going to pull him back. Okay, so we're going to put him in storage. Oh, it's sitting here a while. Yes. Go back here. And I want to do this drawbridge mission so I can get down here and get all this shit. So I was going to take this guy. And, oh, it's already the job. So I got it 4 fuel, so that means I gotta go over here to the fuel station. I always kind of like the sound of running water. Although, why were we hearing running water? That's weird. I've got a fountain. Fancy little fountain I bought a while back. Put a couple of little plants in it or whatever. I had a mister that makes like fog roll down from the top, and had these little lights that stick into it. It was kind of neat. I haven't used that thing forever too. It's probably in a box downstairs. I should dig that up. But yeah, that was kind of a neat little sound. That's right, we packed it because fucking years ago, because the cats would like drinking out of it, and then the water would get nasty. So it was a pain to keep it clean and keep them away, so it just kind of went into storage, and that was that. But our last guy, he died October, And I mean, we're getting up there. I'm in my 50s, so we just figured, you know, it's pretty hard at the end when they go, because I mean they're basically a family member. We had that guy for a long time. We have, you know, you have them all for a long time, and eventually it gets to the point where one, it's super expensive because the vet, they have all these issues when they get old. Any pet, really, and then just dealing with it. It's a lot of stress, and I'm thinking, you know, these things, the cats, I don't want to be, you know, 70 or something, or pushing 70 and have to deal with this again. Because by the time, if we got a kitten or two or whatever, the next time we have to deal with this, we'll be seniors, and we'll be on a fixed income probably. And it's going to be a lot of stress. So we just decided I'm not going to do pets anymore, which kind of sucks. I've had pets in my life since I was 2 or 3, pretty much non-stop. And other than the end part there, I highly recommend getting a pet. Well, and I mean, if you can take care of it. There are things to know and do. One thing I learned, you want to have a decent sized litter box, and I mean decent. And you got to keep it clean. We had 3 cats at one point there, 2 males and a female, and the female was peeing on the ground. I mean, this was in the basement, so not a big deal. It's great, but not as bad as it could be. She'd pee on the ground outside the litter box, and we were trying to figure out what the hell. And so I set up a camera, you know, so you can spy on them going to the bathroom and see what was going on. And it was just, yeah, the litter box was just too nasty for her, I guess, with the 3 of them using it. She was pretty picky. She'd walk around the edge of the box, like up on the rim. And there it is. Oh man, that's a ways. So I can cross down here, or it looks like there's a spot here. I'm going to try up top here, just because I haven't been there yet. That's a water carrier. Okay, I don't care about that. Let's try going up here. It looks like there's a road. Oh, there's a road right there. Okay, let's go up this way. Cross over. And then... Okay, we'll go this way. Hope I have enough fuel for this. This place is way out of the way. And then I'll decide how I'm going to get back. But yeah, she was being super picky, and you could tell she wasn't impressed with it. So what we ended up doing was I bought 2 large plastic bins from Walmart. And like big. And I cut out the side so that they can get through. And then we filled that up, or those up, with kitty litter. And it was kind of weird. They ended up doing this thing where they'd pee in one and poo in the other. All of them. That was kind of neat. But anyway, that solved the issue. Then she was happy. I think they all were, because it was a lot more space. I mean, we had a big kitty litter. Actually, I think we had 2 of them. Like the big ones you can get at a pet store, the biggest ones you can get, and that wasn't good enough. This even bigger thing was exactly what they wanted. So there's a pro tip for anybody who's got a cat, or 2 or 3, or more. And don't use those automated litter boxes. Tried one. It's gross. It's not as clean. They get dirty. They need to be cleaned, and of course, but all the shit in them, mechanics and stuff, they're not the easiest thing to keep clean, and they start growing mold and stuff in funny areas. And it's just way more of a hassle. The cats weren't super crazy about it either. And it's small. They're all small. What I wish somebody would invent is a way to get the kitty litter off their paws after they're done, because they do track it around the house a bit. I mean, most of it will be right next to the kitty litter box, but that was the other nice thing about the big box. It had high walls, except for the spot where I cut out for them to get in and out. It has high walls, so, because we had the one guy who was a big Siamese, and I mean big. He was a big cat. Not Maine Coon, like some of those guys are. It's massive, fucking, they're as big as dogs, but he was big, and he would scratch, like, he'd really go to town when he was burying stuff, scratching away in there. And having the high walls really helped to keep things contained. Actually, the orange guy too, he was another big cat we had. He's the last one there that died in October. Pete. He was a big cat too. And I think the bigger animals, they enjoy the bigger boxes. Not just because they might scoop more of it up when they're burying stuff, but because they have more room to maneuver in there. I remember the other box, Bailey barely had enough room to get in there and do his business. And again, these are the big boxes that they sell at the pet stores and stuff. Wasn't big enough. Oh, another big thing to do is be real picky about the food. Stay away from the brand names. They're not good. Purina and stuff. They're all owned by the same company, a lot of them, and the ingredients are not good for your cat. They kill the kidneys and whatever else. Really bad. You want to go for the stuff that's as real as possible, as few ingredients as possible. Where are we going here? Well, that isn't a road. Okay, didn't really look like a road here. It sort of does. Yeah, and I have first-hand experience with that food thing. Like, okay, so farm cats, right? They eat mostly mice and didn't get a lot of vet visits, which is another thing, if any. And some of those cats would live to be like 21. Old as fuck. Still getting around, doing their thing. Yeah. The indoor cats, with their feed and going to the vets and stuff, the average seemed to be 13, almost right on the nose, for most of them. 13 years old. And I highly suspect this is due to the food and the shots that they're given, which I do not think they need. I think a lot of that's bullshit. Especially if you have a cat that's indoors all the time, like getting rabies shots and stuff. Like, really? What is it going to get into that's going to give it rabies? And I mean, hello, farm cats. Never once had a cat get rabies. Or any animal, for that matter. They'd almost make it seem like, oh, it's, you know, the animals out in the wild are going to get bad things and stuff. No. That wasn't a bad trip. I think we're going to go back that way. I can hear my wife is up. which means I'm going to be smelling food right away, which is going to make things worse. It's like I said, I haven't eaten yet. When she starts making bacon and eggs and stuff, I'm going to be smelling that. It's going to kill me. I try to do the intermittent fasting. At least make it to lunchtime. Sometimes I'll go all day to supper, but... And the reasons for that I gave before in one of my other streams, but we're built for it, basically. Like throughout our history, which is extremely long time, say millions of years. Maybe you could say going back to when life began, you know, our very beginnings, whether that's pond scum or Adam and Eve or whatever the hell you want to believe. It's been a really long time. And during that time, most of the time, we did not have access to food 24/7. There was a lot of times where you would go without for days, you know, until you found some, got some. And that was the norm for a large portion of our existence on this planet. So our bodies are built basically to starve to some extent. So what happens when you're really hungry and you know get the food, whatever, your body goes into a fasting state. And what happens then is it starts processing like the fats and straight proteins, especially the straight proteins first. And this is good because they can cause problems. And so when your body is, when you start fasting, your body's basically doing a cleanup, getting rid of a lot of crap that's in you. It starts eating that basically first before it starts on anything else. And this is just the way it was. This is normal. Our bodies were, you know, made this way. The last 100 years or so here, for the most part, I guess. I mean, even before that, depends where you lived in the world, ancestor-wise going back. But we haven't generally had this kind of a situation where, you know, like I'm hungry right now, I can just go get something to eat. You know, I got something in the fridge or pantry or wherever the hell, there's something, or I can just go to the store. The food is readily available. That's not the norm. So yeah, we're not made for it, and those straight proteins can cause lots of weird problems. Like the mad cow disease is caused by a bad protein. Alzheimer's, some of that. What else? It's just they can cause a lot of problems. But I gotta be careful. This guy is so tippy. It doesn't take much, and then he's upside down, because this guy tends to not just tip over, but he likes landing on his head, and I don't know what the deal is with that, but that's what he does. And then I gotta bring out another truck to tip him up with a crane so I can put stuff back on here. But yeah, the intermittent fasting. Plus, I guess it kind of helps with the weight, I guess. Because fats would be the next thing that your body will work on. Shit. I could stand to lose some weight. I'm not like overweight, but I mean, I could stand to lose some weight. Who can't, right, these days? Except for those people on Ozempic. Holy shit, that's scary shit. I don't like that crap. I always look for the natural way first. Well, yeah, unless I'm dying, I don't want any of that crap. Chemical bullshit. I mean, our bodies are amazing machines. You just gotta treat them right, give them what they need, and yeah, you're basically good to go. All this chemical bullshit, and that also is new. Like, how did people get through life, you know, before? And I've seen things, some records, you know, maybe it's suspect, who knows, but apparently people lived longer at certain points in history than, you know, when they had decent access to food and stuff. I'm not saying, you know, the Middle Ages in London, yeah, life expectancy was pretty low. 40 or something, I think, was the average. But they'd have us believe that that was the case, you know, all the time. But apparently it's not. There are cases of people, or records of people living at least to, you know, 140 something, 150. Even now there's people that old if you look around. A lot of them are in these third world countries or whatever, China and India and stuff. But there are also people that don't have a lot of access to modern healthcare and the foods and shit that we eat now. So again, it kind of makes you wonder. Yeah. Come on, dude. This guy's generally really good for getting through. If he's having a hard time here, I know that Scout got through here, but that Scout is unbelievably good compared. He's like the best vehicle in the game pretty much for getting through anything. But this guy is generally up there on the scale for being a go-anywhere type vehicle. Or through anything. So if he's having issues back there, then yeah, most of the vehicles in this game will have a hell of a time. I wonder about the damage in this game sometimes. Sometimes, okay, sure, I can see where something might cause a problem like that, but then there's other times when shit just does not make sense. Like you could be driving down this road here at top speed and then bang, one of your tires will have an issue. It's like, okay, there's nothing there. I'm gonna be so hungry in a minute. So yeah, the fasting thing, you can kind of push through it. Where are we going? We are going way the fuck over here. Okay. So up the road here. Down here. Down here. I'm going to stop at the garage and get some fuel. I think I'm going to stay on the main road. And then we'll drop that off there and we should have a drawbridge. Excellent. Yeah, stop at the garage, get some fuel and repairs. Kind of ironic considering I'm carrying fuel, but I can't use it. This guy's fast, but you really gotta watch him on the pavement. He's it's like driving on ice a little bit with these tires. And I might, what is that noise? I might quit after this and go eat. I don't know. We'll see. Or maybe start painting those calipers or something. I don't know. But yeah, generally the I know Rumble had issues with doing videos longer than 4 hours. It can do it. Sometimes it has issues. It's strange. I can't remember when I started, but I must be in the zone. Like I can stream no problem. It's just later on when it saves the video. It might truncate the first part of it or something. It has only done that to me once. Yeah. The quality was a little bit shitty on one of the last videos I noticed. Odyssey, BitChute, and YouTube. YouTube usually has the best quality. And then the other ones were up there too, and usually Rumble is okay, but I noticed one of the last videos the quality seemed a little lacking. And I'm using the same exact settings to stream to all 4 platforms at the same time. YouTube is kind of the main one, and then the other 3 are there's a plugin for OBS that allows me to stream to them, which I really love. I used to use Restream, which worked really well. I could also put all my chats into one. Although there is another app for that I saw somewhere. I should look that up again. Yeah. But yeah, Rumble quality was so-so. I don't know what to deal with that. If it's just that one time or what, but maybe I just had, no, it was bumped up. Yeah, I don't know. Weird. Okay, good. Careful here, okay. Go up on that rock there, it might have flipped me over. I just don't trust this guy. Gotta be real careful with him. He can, the slightest thing sometimes can knock him over. Alright, let's get him repaired up. And I'll probably leave that vehicle out because I'm going to, I have to repair that other thing. Does this guy have repairs? No. Then I want something that does repairs and fuel. He might. I'm trying to remember if he had. Oh yeah, he's got lots of stuff. He's got to have. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, it's even kind of the same color almost there. Why is there one of 2 spare wheels? If he's got... We just got him out of the garage, he should be 100%. Huh. Okay, we're gonna recover him just to refill that stuff. And we'll just pull him over here out of the way. And I'll be taking him out later to fix that one vehicle that needed it. All right, let's see if we can blow out a tire. So stupid. Oh, we actually did. We blew out a tire. Holy fuck. You can see it there. It's all super flat and shit. Ugh. How fucking retarded is that? as well. Okay, let's try that again. Now I'm starting to feel it. Getting up at 2. This could be a tippy spot. Nope. I think we're gonna be okay. I think everything's dried off enough. I could go back if I wanted to. Go back to sleep. Catch a nap before... I don't know. We'll see. Maybe when I get up and start moving around, I'll wake up. Okay. Yes. Because yeah, at 2 in the morning there I considered heading down to the garage and painting those calipers, but you have to have a well-ventilated area. That stuff is not good to be breathing, so I would have been would have had to have the garage door open, but I mean there's no wind either. It was totally dead last night. Just it's part of the problem. It's just dead and humid. And on top of that, I'm in a cul-de-sac here, and the lights in the garage are fairly bright. So if I have the garage door open, it'd be lighting up the neighborhood. I don't think my neighbors would appreciate that too much. So I decided to do this instead. Thought this is a nice, somewhat relaxing, easy thing to do, because I was thinking about playing some more, you know, the different games I could play. Some of them are a little more fast-paced and whatnot, like Angels Fall First and whatnot. And whatnot. I just keep saying that. Jesus. I hate when people do that. But yeah, my head was a little bit fucked, and I didn't think that would be a good idea. So this will be a little. I could do this. And like I said, I'm trying to get through all the Snowrunner stuff, and then I'll start on Mudrunner or Roadcraft. You know, when I bought my car in 2001, I started tracking my fuel usage and how much and everything it costs and all that. Gas was, or diesel, 21 cents a liter, which is, you multiply that by 4, it's about what you get per gallon. Now it's about $2. Go figure. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, the generator. Shit. Okay, we'll grab a generator and pull it over here. Which means back to here. Oh wait, where's that fucking trailer's down there? Trailer store. So normally I go down here and take like this guy would be the next, but the path I have to take to get to the generator is a bit of a pain in the ass. Fuck it. Let's just make sure he's got the best. Yeah. Actually, he will have the best of everything because he's an older vehicle, so I've had him for a while. Is that weird? Different green. Kind of matches the truck. Is that something new they're doing? No. I'll grab that on the way back. Because I have to come by the garage here again, and that's just extra weight I don't need to be taking with me while I'm going to get this stupid thing. Does he have a racing? No. I was wondering if he had a... Fuck you, stop sign. If he had a suspension that we can raise up. Yeah, with no weight and nothing on board, he should do fairly good through here, I think. Coming back, you might have more of an issue because he's going to be towing that thing, but the generator. Again, I'm thinking, is this going to be a mistake? He's having a hard time getting through here with all-wheel drive and lock differential. With nothing. No weight in the back end and not towing a damn thing. Say there's no way we're not getting stuck here. Although, he is getting through. Was getting through. I just want to get that drawbridge going. Come on. mean, I guess this, well, it is kind of a road. I was gonna say it's kind of a shortcut, but trailer stores are great. You can get repairs. Yeah, there we go. You can get repairs and fuel at them. You know, you buy the fuel tank, fill up, and then sell it. And because they always, when you buy them, whether it's empty or full, are so you buy it for a certain amount, and then whether it's empty or not, when you sell it, you get the same amount back. So, and they're always full when you buy them. And then the repair thing too, repair trailer. So yeah, if you have a trailer store, you basically got fuel and repairs right there. Knew that was going to happen. It turns a little quicker and a little sharper than most of the other vehicles. Trailer store, okay, so one I want. Generator. Wait a minute, where are we? Oh yeah, there's no way across there. I have to go all the way back. Half expecting that trailer to get stuck on that lamppost. Oh yes. Wait. Gotta be careful here. One of these spots was, maybe that's the one I just went through, was always causing damage to vehicles. Oh, I saw a thing the other day. China came out, is coming out with an engine that can get 116 miles per gallon or something, which I find a little strange, considering that they're so tied into the electric market, both in terms of lithium and lithium battery production and the cars. Why would they be bringing in an engine, internal combustion engine, that gets super fuel efficiency? Like, it doesn't fit. Why would they do that? They're gonna fuck themselves. Unless something's happening and EVs are gonna be going away and they see the writing on the wall and they're getting in early with some super engine. Although there is a guy in the States who recently created a diesel engine that got 114 or 111 miles per gallon and has the same performance as Dodge Viper. 0 to 60 in 3 seconds, and Yeah, crazy time with a diesel that gets over 100 miles per gallon. Yeah, and I guess he worked on it for 5 years. He's got some money, it looks like. I don't know. I didn't look into him. I don't know exactly what the deal is, but he's not poor, so he had the money to pour into this. But he is very technically proficient, and he figured all this shit out. Got his diesel engine and his little kit car, and yeah, 100 and something miles per gallon. And that was just the start. He said he could do better. He just has to, you know, keep working at it. And yeah, when he was working on this over the first 5 years there, automotive magazines and the media and stuff were interested in this story. And then as soon as he managed to make it happen, they just dropped him like a hot potato. He does videos about that. Like, obviously there's the fix is in, right? They don't want people to have vehicles that are cheap to run, or because again, diesels last forever and are very efficient. You know, don't use a lot of fuel and all that. That the assholes don't want that. So of course, and it just shows you the reach that they have. Everybody just shut this guy out. Boom. That's it. We're not talking about that. We're not looking at it. We don't want anything to do with it. They just ignored him, censored him. That was it. Done. And yeah, we could all be driving around in these things, but kind of wish he'd just put it out there for everybody to see. I mean, okay, you know, he put all the time and energy into creating this, and then you know, putting it out there for just anybody to copy would be kind of, he's not going to make money on that. But then again, that's how they get most of us, because how many inventions have been out there that would have helped us massively, but we don't have access to it because somebody wanted to make some money off of it. Like, I'm thinking, if I were to do this, I'd just put the plans out there. I mean, you'd have to put in a patent at some point so that the assholes don't try and take over it and then charge everybody an arm and a leg or make it disappear or whatever the fuck. But yeah, get it out there and give it to everybody. You know, maybe make an engine that runs on water, okay? You know, before they get to you and can coerce you or whatever the hell they do, get it out there and let everybody see, like, how's it work, and fuck these assholes. While helping everybody else. I mean, this guy isn't great, but he is moving. I'm so glad I didn't put that tank of fuel on the back. That would have made things so much worse. Although, we're still going to be doing that, but maybe I'll try a different vehicle once we get back to the garage here. I'm going to try going this way. Shit, don't you flip over on me. Oh, you piece of shit. got here? Yeah, he'd be a good one. Let's do him. Do I need a big fuel tank? There we go. Okay, I think we're following this all the way around. All the way around. Grab some fuel. Drop it off. Rarely... Hey, Neo there. I rarely do co-op. Was doing it with a friend once in a while. We haven't. He was looking for some help with one of the recent maps. In Russian, no. I know a few words, but that's about it. Yet. It's funny you should mention that, because I was pushing Yandex earlier as a good search engine. The Russian search engine, but works really well. Love that one. I get way better results searching on Yandex than I do on just about anything else. I think they were blocking it here for a bit because, you know, oh, it's Russian. Who gives a shit? Like, yet again, this fucking censorship. I just hate it. Hate it so much. I swear the West is more like the Soviet Union now than Russia. Than Russia is. Russia's not even close to the Soviet Union. Russia has issues like all countries. There's problems, but yeah, they're not the boogeyman that everybody would have us believe. The whole thing with Ukraine, that's bullshit. That was manufactured. Those guys in Crimea voted to join Russia, and that's mostly because the majority of them there are Russians. And the Ukrainian government was basically taken over by assholes. I mean, they treat their own people like shit. This fucking Zelensky's a goddamn criminal. And it's, you know, you could say, you know, you're talking against Zelensky, you don't like Ukrainians. No, I'm married to one, for one. And for two, I don't hate the Russian, I like Ukrainians. I don't like their fucking government. You could say the same thing about Chinese. I have a lot of Chinese friends. I like the Chinese people. I don't like the CCP. But yeah, that thing with Russia, that was, you know, the whole media here, the Russian boogeyman's trying to take over Ukraine and everything. No, that wasn't what's going on. Those people voted in that area to leave the Ukraine and join Russia, and like, what was it, 90-some% of them there voted to join Russia? And then it started this whole war thing, but of course they never talk about the fact that these people voted to leave, and that the Ukrainians weren't letting them and were treating them like shit. The Ukrainian government, I should say. Yeah, there's just... and Ukraine in general is being used to launder money for a lot of bad stuff. All this money they keep sending Ukraine for the war effort. I mean, how many fucking mansions does Zelensky own now? I mean, come on. He's pocketing some of that, and he's sending a lot of it back to them, to these assholes that are giving them the money. China does the same thing with trade deals and stuff. That was supposed to be a temporary deal where after World War II, the U.S. Set up a trade agreement with China that would help them get back on their feet after the war by giving them like really sweet trade deals. And yeah, it was supposed to be temporary until they got back on their feet, but then it just kept going and going and going because they would, you know, pay people in the U.S. Or in the Western world, really, you know, bribes and whatnot, kickbacks to keep these things going, and that's why China is, you know, everything's made in China these days because money flows in there and doesn't flow out, which is great if you're a communist state, which has also kept their state, the communist state, going in China. If that were to end, man, they would be in so much trouble. I'm sure they'd have a revolution and the people would be, you know, just like the Soviets did. Things would get pretty bad in China if it weren't for these crazy trade deals that are still in place. Yeah, this truck's doing pretty good. I'm actually sort of surprised to see somebody on YouTube, to tell you the truth. I was talking about this at the beginning of the stream, but for whatever reason, I get like maybe 3 views for anything I do, except for, oddly, that Angels Fall First game. That I had 60 people watch me on that one. That's strange. But yeah, YouTube is usually dead, followed by Odyssey, which is not too surprising. I might have one person watch me on there. But then, yeah, the same thing, like I'm streaming also on Rumble and BitChute, and those two all have, maybe on average, about 20 people. It's just weird. YouTube is the big boy on the block, and I get almost no views. It's very interesting, unless it's the stuff I'm talking about. The algorithm, maybe they have an AI set up that watches, and it's like, oh, this guy's talking about, you know, shit we don't want people thinking about or talking about or knowing about, so we're going to silently censor this guy's channel. Who knows? We're almost done. I just want to complete this job I've been playing since 2:30 this morning, and it's 7 o'clock now. And I'm hungry and I'm tired and I should be getting other things done. So I'm going to, I'm on vacation for 2 weeks, so that's something, but still, I don't know, when I got to take my front brakes apart and replace them, and that could end up taking me a week, depending if I need to order parts. Maybe there's some surprise thing I run into. But, I'll come at this from a slightly better angle. Okay. Deliver to the drawbridge generator. Why is there no option to turn on the generator? You know what just occurred to me? Is there a generator somewhere that I have to pick up, like a specific... Oh, there is too. Fuck. God Damn it. Oh man, okay. Wow, what a giant waste of time. Do I need a generator down here? I think... Nope, I got one there. And there was one up here. I think I also have one there. Wow. Okay. Well. Huh. That fucking blows. Alright. Let's move this thing out of the way. If I can turn around here. Let's just leave him there. What have I got? Nope, 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 nope. I think I want an easy mode machine. Yes. Fuel carrier we will take this time. Alright, and then head back. Yes. Oh, it's gonna be nice to have that bridge open. Holy shit. Oh, not that way. Not that way. That one and this thing here once I get that unlocked. Alright, let's go. I believe this guy is front wheel drive when I don't have all wheel drive enabled. Oh, it's always on. Okay. Really? That's definitely not what it was before. He was just front wheel drive. They must have changed that. Because I for sure remember that he was just front wheel drive, and then you would turn on all wheel drive to get all the wheels going. I'm super positive of that. So that's, now it's always on all wheel drive, so they've definitely changed that. Yeah, this is going to be a lot easier. Not getting hung up on everything here. Now what do I do? I get hung up on a tree. Right after I say not getting hung up on stuff. Oh, there it just died. Okay. Yeah, one thing I'm interested in looking into is wood gasification. That's where you basically you cook wood and it releases a lot of gases which are flammable. And then you can use that to run machinery or a generator. Not to mention it basically makes charcoal too, because that's how they make charcoal. They heat wood up in an environment with no air, so it can't burn, right? And you end up with charcoal. So it's like you're making charcoal, which you are, but the difference being that the smoke that comes out of it, you have to clean it, which isn't a big deal, to get all the soot out of it, the smoke. And then you can, you can run a vehicle. There's guys who've got vehicles that run on this, people running generators, lawnmowers. I've seen all kinds of shit. And there's some interesting other technologies that would fit into that, like using a now I don't know if I want to say it because I want to do it myself. Because I've looked into this stuff for a while, and there's things that can make that so much more efficient and better. Well, it's one of the reasons why I want to get into welding. I want to buy a little welder, maybe take a course. I guess I could just practice, but TIG welding, I believe, was the one I was looking at. It seems to be the easiest, less involved. No, what the hell? Yeah, so maybe using like a turbo. I had different thoughts on that. Not sure I'm married to that one anymore, but there is another one that I've seen. Yeah, what the hell? If you add steam to wood that's being burned, you'll get hydrogen being created from that, which is kind of neat. And I'm thinking there's a lot of heat on these things. It wouldn't take that much to, where are we going? Yes. Or you could have a system set up that makes a little bit of steam and shoots some into the coals and get some extra gas out of that. I believe it's carbon monoxide, and I didn't know this, is combustible, so you can burn that, carbon monoxide, which is created. Methane is released, and if you do the steam thing, you get some hydrogen on top of that. Can't remember if that was just the main two, methane and carbon monoxide. Oops, let's get her up to speed here. And if you had a Stirling engine, you could use that as well to get some more energy out of that. Plus you can use the heat from that thing to heat a home or a greenhouse or water. And you don't necessarily need to burn trees. I wanted to always buy like a big piece of land that had a lot of trees on it. And then yeah, you can become off-grid by just going around picking up all the dead trees and shit, cutting them up and putting them into this wood gasification system. So that was one way to make, to become self-sufficient, to make energy and whatnot. And I'm kind of curious about, recently I've been looking into the guy that made the engine that runs on water, and I have a few ideas about how he probably had that working, if it was a real thing. Shit. I'd be curious to test that out too. That I'm thinking the assholes probably have a patent on it somewhere, hidden that, you know, if you were to figure out how it works and then look into it, they'd probably come along and say, oh, well, we own the patent on that, you can't do that. I just have a feeling. Or at least you couldn't sell it. I think if you discover it yourself or make it for free or whatever, like a make it yourself, do it yourself type deal, I don't think they could do anything about that. I think the patents are all about the money. Oh my god, seriously? Okay, you know what? Fuck you, dude. You're coming with me anyway. I don't care if I can't attach. You're coming with. I totally forgot to check that was... Like, you can see there's nowhere to hook a trailer to. Like, fuck. But I can still winch it, so it's coming with. I'm not driving another vehicle all the fucking way out here for this. Actually, I could just, yeah, I don't need to. I could take him all the way there. I get that other vehicle there. These bend in the middle type deals, like it steers by turning the whole front of the vehicle, there's pros and cons to that. It helps you make tighter turns. Yeah, I don't care if you're on your side, you're coming with, okay. Trailer's having a hard time. And it can kind of help get you out of spots sometimes, because you can twist the whole vehicle, not just the front tires. But it's also a pain in the ass getting through some areas, and you can get caught up more easily. Of course, this guy's kind of on the wide side too, so it's hard to get him through tight spots. Oh, shit. I was half expecting to take some damage there. This guy's way better for getting through the mud. I think you find this guy on the second map, the second area. Pretty sure. If you're following them in progression from Season 1, Season 2, Season 3. I think this guy was in the Season 2 maps. It might have been in Season 1, but I'm pretty sure it was Season 2. 2 or 3. Probably 2. He's a fun one. You're driving around and he's like, oh, look at this thing I found. Like, okay, gotta play with that. And then I used him to pull another big vehicle out I found in that same area. They do have some cool vehicles over there. Whoops. Fucking bridge. It would be cool to own one of those Tatras. Those look like fun. I think they make them in Czechoslovakia over there. Unfortunately, can't buy those in North America for whatever stupid fucking reason the government has. That's something. If Alberta separates from Canada, I'm hoping we get rid of a lot of that bullshit so that we can import vehicles from, you know, places like Russia or Czechoslovakia or wherever the fuck we want. Like, you know what I mean? If they make something we want, and why should the government stop us? Fuck that. If I want a tank, you know, I should be able to buy a tank. As long as I'm not ripping up the roads, harming, you know, doing harm, I should be able to drive that thing around wherever I want. Although, I mean, that would be super expensive, but I'm pretty sure with the tanks you can get the rubber treads. They don't last as long, but for on-road stuff, I'm pretty sure they have, for some tanks anyway, you can use rubber treads. Come on. Alright, we're good. I think. Yeah. Eating through the fuel, but it's not like I don't have a whole tank of it on the back here. Sometimes you watch the driver, right? He's just like bouncing around in the cab, depending on what's going on. He could be like jittering around inside there, like it just does not look like he's having a good time. I'm not going to go through there. We'll follow the road. I'm going to stop in here at the garage, get some fuel and repairs. Might as well, we're here, right? Top it up. And then I'm still going to tow this thing with him, so that's... Because it's probably good just to have a vehicle over there with a big shitload of fuel. Well, I guess I've already got one. Eh, whatever. Now we'll have two. Stick to the right on this one, because something on the left is always blowing out tires. Looks like we're okay. Yeah, I just do these videos and stream for the hell of it. Not interested in getting monetized or getting famous, or, well, obviously, because I mean, it's not like I'm playing top-rated bullshit and, you know, the most watched type games, or going out of my way for, you know, building up the channel with all the bullshit you can do there. Nothing against people who do that, but it's just not for me. I'm just playing a game, figured I'll stream it. People want to watch, great. If they don't, great, whatever. I don't care. Oh, that was close. No, 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 no. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, go. Forgot these tires are a little slippery on pavement. He'll figure himself out back there eventually. Come on, dude. That's like towing an anchor. Doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo. I think he's going to figure himself out. Usually it bounces back up right. Alright, let's get this sorted here. I should have looked to see if I needed to do, if there was a mission-specific generator trailer. Could have been done this mission ages ago. And yeah, the system I'm playing on, AMD system, AMD video card, AMD motherboard, processor. Don't need to buy an expensive NVIDIA top-of-the-line card to have good graphics. I mean, this game doesn't even have top-of-the-line stuff, but yeah, the card handles ray tracing and stuff. It's not a top-of-the-line AMD card either. It was around 2021 when I bought it. I think that was 2021. I don't think it was top, but it was up there. And I'm running this on Linux. Games via Steam on Linux are really easy. Oh, yeah. Looks like a reminder there for me that just popped up. That's what that noise is. For work. If I was at work, it's time entry day, but huh. I guess I should do that actually. I mean, I'm off for the next 2 weeks, but I have to enter in my vacation time. Although that doesn't take effect until the next pay. But yeah, I'll go in there and I'll just enter it all in, all my vacation times. So my boss approves it. He's already approved my vacation, obviously, but it's for the time side of it. I have to put it in there, and he has to approve that too. So there was 1 year recently where I did have it in there and stuff, but for whatever reason, he didn't approve it. So even though it's in there, it because the default is just to have normal work time, right? So I can put in what are basically exceptions, which is like vacation, sick time, and stuff, and then your manager has to, or your team lead has to approve it, and then it becomes like the thing, right? Then it's in there for real. And for whatever reason, he forgot or missed doing my vacation time. So the next time, my next vacation that came up, I had all this extra time, and I'm like, what the fuck? So basically, they paid me. They paid me normal hours, and I didn't use up vacation when I was on vacation. I mean, I fessed up and said, hey, dude, somebody fucked up, my boss, and didn't put in all this time for vacation that I used. So, you know, because I figured someday someone's going to figure that out. Like, at some point, some bean counter's going to be looking at stuff and go, what the fuck? Or if not my boss, if he eventually figured it out there. I probably could have got away with it, but I don't know. I guess that's just not me. I wouldn't do that. It was tempting. I mean, to get a whole nother, what was it, 2 weeks or 4 weeks, whatever it was at the time. It's just sitting there. Yeah, I don't know how I could have used it either, now that I think about it, because somebody would have been like, didn't you just have like a ton of vacation time? Like, what the hell? Like, yeah, it wasn't worth the risk. Stealing from work. Oh, we had this tech. We have these test machines. We have one of every model that's used in the company, right? So we can, you know, I do the imaging. I set up windows and stuff so that we can load it on a machine and all the drivers and everything we need are right there and done. So yeah, we have one of every, and sometimes if there's issues that need to be troubleshooted with a specific model or something, we've got one right there. So this tech, he's brand new, this East Indian guy. He he took like I don't know, 7 of them home or something, and I don't know what he was using them for. And so at some point somebody noticed there was a model missing, then we noticed there were more, and so we were looking around like, where did these go? And this guy said, you know, he didn't know. And then, but what he didn't know is that we have these things low jacked, right? So we can see where they're at when they're online, and we can see where they were at. It's in there's a log. So we're looking to see where some of these went, and it's like, oh, they're at this address here, and we looked it up. This is where this guy lives, so he must have it at home. And then we discovered the other ones were there too. And he claimed that he didn't know where they were and didn't have them, and it was like, dude, we can see that you have them at your property. Fucking retard. So we got all those back, and there was a criminal investigation. He got fired. Okay. But yeah, I mean, how stupid are you? He's got a government job, good paying job, and he goes and does something stupid like this right off the bat. Dude just got married and stuff, and now he's out of work and has a criminal record. Like, what the fuck? What a retard. Fucking retard. Let's see here. Kill that. Okay, so I've been on for a couple hours. I'm going to take a break. And I'll probably be back. I don't know when. Later today, probably. Like I said, I got some work to do. My car and stuff. Oh yeah, I gotta do my time entry. Gotta remember that. seem to remember saying there was something else I need to remember to do. Whatever. So yeah, I'll be back. I may or may not be playing this game, but we'll see.